Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing. Oh man, I got a little thing. Hope everybody's doing okay. Hope everybody had a good week. I feel like I haven't been here in goodness gracious. Yeah, I don't have any hair on my face anymore. Mob down. I also didn't eat breakfast today. I did make a smoothie. I'm gonna make a smoothie about halfway through the stream instead of in the beginning. I kind of ran out of time. Good morning and thank you. I want to say Fugo. It might be F Ugo or F Ugo because there's a space there. But thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Hello, Isadora. Welcome back. And good morning to you. I'm doing okay. The weather's not too bad this morning. Hello, Kit James. Welcome back to everyone. Oh my goodness. Let's get everything started. I did shave, Erwin. I did. Thank you for noticing. Tom is driving. Be safe, Tom. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, Cyber, with your wife. I hope that's going well. I hope everybody has eaten. I wish I had. I wish I had the foresight to have eaten. Hold on. Mobtown misses the goatee. Was it a goatee? I'm actually not sure what a goatee is because somebody like got on my case not too long ago about like I used to think the goatee was like when the hair like frames, when it like frames the mouth, kind of like a mouth frame. But then somebody told me that the goatee was just like the little beard and this part. So like an actual goat, because I guess goats it's named after a goat. Okay, all right. We got everything set up. So, really quick update. I feel bad having to do this. Hold on. No, that's fine. Really quick update. I did leave town for a little while. For those of you guys that didn't know, or for anybody that thought the stream was going on, and they just happened to not be seeing it. No, the stream was gone for a second. I left for about a week. I am back now. I'm just going to go ahead and pick up where we left off. When I did leave, I left people in charge of, like, sending me... Hold on here, let me get Fruity Loops open. I left people in charge of sending me samples for me to, like, tear through for Plunderphonics type music, which I've been making a lot in the stream lately. Some people sent some, like, movie quotes, TV show stuff. Some people sent songs. I probably should have been clear before. I mean, I did post something in the Discord recently about it, but I probably should have been clear before I even asked for anything that I'm using the samples to chop up and put into music, right? So if you think about my songs, actually, hold on, I can just open up an example of it. If you think about my songs, Flight Plan, or like the more Plunderphonics, like chopped up sample songs, usually what I'm using is like samples of friends, them saying things, or like little tiny like a quarter of a second excerpts from like a movie quote or a TV show or something like that. The reason that I'm doing that is because it's a little bit easier to use that stuff without it becoming like a legal problem, right? Because sampling music is kind of like a big no-no for me, which is why I sample my own music. Like if you've been inside the streams, you might have noticed that I sample my own creations or like older songs from like 2-3 years ago. I'm not really sampling other people's music. That isn't necessarily a stylistic choice as much as it is a legal choice. Like I'm trying to stay as legal as possible. Also, like if somebody sends me they say this is like a Taylor Swift song, maybe you can sample this and chop it up. I mean, just me playing it usually in the stream is enough to get the stream like flagged for copyright. So just for future notice, somebody who did send a thing for 2 weeks ago's stream, 2 weeks ago, was Cyber. And it was just Cyber talking, which, doesn't have copyright. Unless Cyber one day wants to sue me, which, I'll cross that road when I get there. Mobtown says, I forgot to send a few drum samples because work said no. Okay, well, that's okay. No problem. No problem with that. Ooh, sorry. Hold on. I'm like really hungry, but I got Panda in yesterday, and I still have a fortune cookie left. But while I munch on my fortune cookie breakfast, this is an example of the Plunderphonics thing. I'm gonna play just the vocal channel so you guys can kind of understand. Like this would be. I'm not saying it's impossible to copyright, but it would be a nightmare to try to copyright.
Every time.
Groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog.
Every time.
It's just more chopped up, you know. It's just more chopped up, and it's just a lot of, like, all the samples don't come from one place, so it's a little bit easier to deal with. So just for future notice, I'll make a smoothie. I'll make a smoothie at noon. How about that? I like 11. I don't know. It depends on when I start feeling weak. Maybe this fortune cookie will take me into noon. This was the Plunderphonic song from 3 streams ago. And this samples 3 Ninjas, Groundhog Day, a friend of mine who has a YouTube channel, and I can't remember the other thing that it samples. I think that might actually be it.
Every time.
Groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog.
Every time.
Groundhog. Got
Every time.
you like groundhog. Got
Every time.
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 you like groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Every time.
you like groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Last stream, I added some
Every time.
this sax section down here.
groundhog. Got
Now I'm actually not sure
Every
which
time.
melody I like more. The strings or the sax section.
got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Every time.
groundhog. Got
Every time.
Okay, that's that idea. Thank you, Isidore. I do appreciate that. I was kind of just playing that while I ate my breakfast. Oh. I hate Panda Express. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and actually try to start something new today. We're going to have plenty of time for review after I reach an inevitable creative dead end and whatever I'm working on. I'll probably actually come back to that song, too, to work on it a little bit more. But how was everybody's week? It's so funny because usually by this time, I already know. Usually by this time, I already know, and I'm asking what everybody's going to do on the weekend. But how was everybody's week so far? I got to tell you, it felt honestly a little weird not having the stream in the morning, like waking up every morning and just kind of existing. I feel like the stream was the backbone of my discipline, and so when I when I got to when I actually got to mess around with having like a free morning in my apartment. I didn't like work out and I didn't meditate. I didn't cook breakfast. I haven't actually had a smoothie. Like I don't think I've eaten a fruit in a week. That's particularly weird for me. That Parappa the Rap one's probably going to be a little bit harder to use. I do like the Mo 2 Knives one. Somebody sent me the Simpsons quote.
Geez, Homer, I thought someone with 2 wives would be happy.
I like the Mo bit at the end. I'll probably only use one word from this entire quote if I'm being honest, but hey, that's how it goes, right? That's how it goes. Thank you, Erwin, for the comment on the saxes. Is the sax part of your keyboard sound font? Yes. It's like a sax section, right? It's in my MX61. It's in this keyboard right here. It's like a sax section patch. But yeah, I think that's the one I use. Sounds so weird there for some reason to me. Yeah, that's the same one though. That's what I ended up using. Yeah, thank you, Soosayer. Good to be back. I'm actually gonna start off with drums. Probably gonna start with drums for this, and then start adding these samples a little bit later. But I do like the idea of hold on.
Yeah, this is pretty terrific.
I'm trying not to make this a copy of the song with Cyber, but the song with Cyber has guitar in it, like keyboard guitar, and I love the way that flows. Like for me, I work in Rhodes piano a lot, you know. I use a lot of the same sounds, and so working with that guitar, there was like a guitar riff that I had for the last song. There's a guitar riff that I had for the last song. Hold on. This is like actually specifically bothering me. I am so sorry. Okay, that's better. I was like coming up with specifically a keyboard riff, like a keyboard riff. Like that was a keyboard riff that I would play. Mobtown says your keyboard is pricey. Are you talking about the MX61? How much does the MX61 cost? Are you talking about the MX61? Google searches price of Yamaha MX61. It's not that pricey. Actually, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's funny about this Mobtown. A lot of the people that I work in and around. Hold on, I can work while I talk about this. A lot of people that I work in and around are like really into analog synthesizers, right? So a lot of people are dropping, like $2,300 on a keyboard. Like if you wanna know,
This is pretty terrific.
I like this quote. If you want to know like a pretty expensive keyboard, like look up the the Roland Juno. I love the Juno. I have a Juno G, but if you know Junos, you know the Juno G isn't anything. There's a Roland Juno 6, and it's kind of like the keyboard that I love. A lot of people love. It's kind of like they don't make them anymore, so it's like this vintage analog keyboard. And like the Neptunes used it, and Timberland used it, and Pharrell still uses it all the time. And so it's kind of become this piece of like studio gold. and I got to play on one. I recorded a song with Ehi with the Juno 6, and it's because it wasn't my studio, and I was getting to use somebody else's studio. So it was really cool, but like ever since I got to play it, I was just like, man, I want one. I want one so bad, but the amount that I would use it isn't worth spending like nearly $3,000 on a used keyboard, if that makes sense. And a lot of keyboards, like I feel bad because even being sponsored by Yamaha, there's a lot of keyboards, a lot of pieces of their gear that are, upwards of. I think I'm gonna use one of the kicks and Omni drums. I feel like I don't use these kicks anymore. They're like upwards of $1,000, and I don't have $1,000 to just throw on a keyboard. And I know that $700 feels close to 1,000, but my brain, everybody in the chat, the difference between 3 digits in a price and 4 digits in a price is like might as well be $1 million to me. Like spending over $1,000 on anything is like I had to spend $1,000 on getting a transmission put in my car, and it like physically hurt me. Okay, Block, here you go. You get to live in here. It physically hurt me putting that amount of money into a car that like wasn't new, couldn't fly. Just to like make it keep to make it keep being a car, I had to put that much money into it, and like bothered me a lot. And so the amount of things in my life that I've spent over $1,000 on have been a bed, a TV, and car. I've never like things in music have gotten pretty close maybe to $1,000, but never really exceeded it. And I feel like, I mean, there's people spending like over $1,000 on software. Okay, Momtown says, I'd be too poor to afford anything over $200. Andrew says that keyboard is terrific. I assume you're talking about the Juno 6. It's $750. The MX61. Yeah, this keyboard is $750. This I think is like $100. Correct me if I'm wrong, Al, but I think this is $100. This I bought used for like $200, $250 in Washington. So I don't know how much that actually costs. And then of course like my Medi fighters. My Medi fighter wasn't anything, but I think brand new those cost, I want to say $700 also. Medi fighter. I'm gonna do the Akai Fire is $88. Oh my god, is that all? Well, I should have waited. Hey, what's up, Rim? Hope you're doing okay. We're just gonna go ahead and extend these blockos.
This is pretty terrific.
I do like that. It's because I just don't have a cowbell on hand, so I'm gonna go ahead and stick with the block. That is a castanet. Am I spelling that right? I'm probably spelling that wrong. What are those things called? The little things, the little clicky things you put on your fingers? Oh, they're called extremely loud. Medi Fighter 64 is $500, I think. Oh, is it? Yo, everything's cheaper than I thought it was. Or maybe they're just cheaper now. Like, none of my gear is particularly new, guys. I don't think I've ever bought a new keyboard. And when I say new, I mean, like, just released, you know? Whoa, I don't know that I've ever bought a new anything, now that I'm thinking of it. Usually everything that I buy is, like, the last generation of something, you know? Like, when I get phones, I usually get, like, I'll get a Samsung 4 after the 5 comes out. You know, I'll get, like, a Galaxy 6 after the 7 comes out. I'm, like, one of those people. I don't like that clap. I know exactly what claps I need to use, though. I'm just kind of tired of using them. I'm kind of stuck in this thing that I've noticed a lot of artists have, and it's a good thing. I don't know if anybody in the stream is familiar with. At some point, says Ram. Ram says, at some point, all your equipment will pay for itself. No, absolutely not. I mean, not unless if you're making money, yeah. Like that's the weird thing, right? Is one of my big jokes that I say a lot is like, oh, this practically pays for itself. Usually, I use that joke when I'm talking about something that generates zero revenue, right? Like, oh, I got this new TV, it pays for itself. Or, oh, I got this hybrid, memory foam mattress, it practically pays for itself. And it's like, yeah, these things don't really make any money. So I always feel weird about purchasing them. But yeah, my music equipment, I would say that it does pay for itself. I mean, you have to get a little creative, right, with what you're considering revenue that was dependent on the thing. Wow, that's actually really. Hey, Rim, if I buy, it's $500, says Momtown. Okay, so if I buy a MIDI fighter, Rim, ooh, yucky. I buy a MIDI fighter and I make a few songs with it. Or I like get inspired from owning one, but I don't necessarily like use it to make a lot of songs or even like to tour. It's just kind of like a piece of my studio. But while I own it, I like get a commission that pays me $500. Has the MIDI fighter paid for itself? Do you see what I'm saying? Kind of like, if the MIDI fighter wasn't directly responsible for that revenue, but it was purchased before I made that revenue, is that paying for itself? Because I feel like I do that a lot. I do that a lot in like my brain to justify purchases. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I did make money, so this thing, I have now gotten out of debt. I view all purchases as going into debt, and I view all like profits as coming out of debt. And so every time I spend any money on anything music related, I'm like, oh, I am in X amount of music debt dollars. And then anytime somebody pays me for music, I'm like, oh, this is me climbing out of that. Ugh, they're so loud. Oh, because they're not sent to a mixer channel. Okay, so really quickly, guys, I know I'm getting like a little bit off topic, but what I'm doing right now is I'm just building a bass beat. Usually, especially with house music, like you can see up in the BPM section up in here, I just kind of automatically went to 125. The reason that I did that is because it's kind of like, particularly lately, it's been a BPM that I feel really comfortable making music in because it's kind of chill. It's like still danceable and can be funky, but it's also not aggressive or too fast. And like a lot of things also fit easily in it. Me as somebody that's been putting a lot of vocals on my music lately, 125 is a very easy BPM for me to sing at. I don't have to sing in halftime. I can sing in full time, and it still fits. Oh, that works. Oh, a little louder. A little quieter on you. Pan you. Maybe put some reverb on those claps. Ooh, way too much. Ooh. Why do I always have that specific rhythm with bass in my head? Oh, that's the mentality of those big brain entrepreneurs, says Ram. It's the mentality of, oh, okay, all right, Ram. Okay. Want to sell your music equipment? Says Momtown. Are you asking me if I want to sell my music equipment that I use to make music? No, not right now. There are a few things, right, that I don't use as much, right? Like my guitar. I almost never use it, but I just have it because it's rare and like sentimental value or whatever. Just random info though. I think my most expensive piece of gear, says Mobtown, I have is a classical guitar that's $500 because it's vintage and I got it for free. I don't actually know what an expensive guitar is. I have two bass guitars, or I should say I had two bass guitars. One was, I think, $200, and then the other one was like $399. And my ignorance is going to start showing if I keep talking about guitars. I mean, I've owned guitars, but it's like, I don't actually know what a... Ooh. That's not even a good kick. Yo, sometimes kicks aren't good, guys. Sometimes kicks aren't good at all, and it's like, okay. I think I used to have this, like, and you guys might also have this, especially if you're a music producer, but I used to have this like perfection of kicks thing where it's like I need to find the perfect kick. Sometimes I'll still get stuck in that hole a little bit, but for the most part it's something I've escaped, and not necessarily because I just don't care, because I've become lazy or apathetic towards like the sonic value of kicks. It's more so that I started listening to music, you know, not initially, you know, not like for the first time in my life, but I started listening specifically to the songs that I liked, you know, the songs that shaped me as a musician. What can we do about you? Where do we do the sample start? Songs that shaped me as a musician, and I was like, you know what? These kicks aren't wild. These kicks aren't wild. Like, it's almost like me going like, oh, I need to put the coolest chords in this song, and then I listen to, you know, like a Matt and Kim song, and I'm like, these chords are non-existent. And it's like, you can make a really cool thing with not as punchy or like low quality sounds. It's like, it's all
This.
It like all depends on what you as an artist are putting the emphasis in. And sometimes my emphasis, I'm being honest, is like in the feeling of a song. I'm gonna go ahead and cut all those into the clap. Yeah, sometimes it's like not about having like the most crystal clear sounds. Sometimes it's not about having the dopest keyboard, you know. I feel like for every single person that buys, you know, a Roland Juno, right, that $2,700 keyboard, for every person that does that, there's always going to be somebody that's sitting across from them that's using like a Fisher Price keyboard they got from Toys R Us and making like the song that everybody cares about. It's, you know, being able to connect with people is more important. And sometimes working with weird and maybe even what you might initially think are low quality tools forces you to kind of work around it in a way that opens up some new creative paths that wouldn't have necessarily been there the entire time. Can't use that sound though. I don't know what was going on there. Ooh, but I can't use that. I like some of that, like, I don't know what you would call it necessarily, but there is like a very specific type of drum programming and drum arrangement and mixing that Questlove does. You guys know who Questlove is? I hope you do. If you don't, it's okay, but Questlove is a pretty popular, famous drummer in like the R&B hip hop world. And I heard I don't know the difference between a bad kick and a good kick, says Rem. Good, Rem. Stay that way, because technically it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a good kick and a bad kick. You're in a good headspace. There's a drummer named Questlove, and I heard a drummer. Well, I was in a band that had a drummer, and he complained. Oh my God, that's too loud. I was in a band. My drummer complained constantly about Questlove. What he was complaining about was he said that Questlove doesn't tighten his snares or something like that, and he was like, his snares ring out too much, like they're not very tight, or maybe it was the exact opposite of that, of like Questlove's snares are too tight. I don't remember exactly what his complaint was, but it was a complaint, a very drummer complaint of Questlove's drum arrangements and drum playing. Yeah, he had that, and I remember thinking like, oh, that's not even something I hear, and that's not even something I care about. But as I started making music, I started hearing it. Whenever I listened to Questlove drum, I was like, oh, wow. You know, there are so many times, guys, and I hope that this translates into like visual art and into whatever you guys work on, right? If you guys work on anything in your life that requires tools, there are so many times when you're working on that thing and you'll have maybe low quality, subpar, inferior tools, and you'll think to yourself, well, this is going to make a subpar, low quality, inferior product. And then you see a pretty good piece of work and you break it down, a piece of work you didn't make, and you break it down and you see, oh, this person used some of those inferior tools or whatever. Or you think about maybe it's a movie, right? Maybe it's a movie and it's kind of shot poorly. But after spending a while in this movie with these characters, with this story, the way that it's shot either becomes not as important or it becomes like non-existent almost. Like it either contributes or it becomes not the thing that you focus on, because you focus on the good thing, you focus on the important thing. And I think that a lot of the time I find that retroactively in my own songs. Sometimes when people come into the streams and they have me open up one of my older songs, they'll go like, you can hear me go, oh, that's weird that I used that kick. That's a horrible kick. Or, oh, that's weird that I used that sound. That's awful. Or like, oh, I can't believe I was using this. And the end, product ended up being okay. It ended up being okay or actually even great, and maybe wouldn't have arrived at that eventuality or that result or that end if I used better, higher grade, higher quality sounds. It's just something to think about, Sorry, I dropped something. Can you guys hear the parrots? I don't know if those are audible on the stream. Okay, I'm going to mess around with some chord progressions for these. Guitars go upwards of like $10,000 depending on the user and collector's value. For sure. Mob, this makes sense. I've been a guitarist since I was like 10, so I learned the value later when I sold a guitar given to me by a friend for $100 when it was worth $400. Yeah, that stuff is really weird, right? Because there's a lot of craftsmanship also on guitars. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't in synthesizers. Something like the Juno, especially the analog synthesizers that have a lot of pretty high-tech circuitry and wood put into them, like they are handmade. Something like the MX61 is, the entire body of this keyboard is plastic. I would say that most of its value is not in its craftsmanship. It's really in its sound library, which is something that can be mimicked and replicated. Okay, I'm going to start working on chord progressions. I thought it was someone laughing, says everyone. Yeah. They can be annoying sometimes.
This is pretty terrific. This is pretty terrific. This is pretty terrific. This is pretty terrific. This is pretty terrific.
The chords? What was the...
This is pretty terrific.
I need it to be like higher somewhere. I still want to be in guitar for some reason. Umbe, the sound clip in the beginning is from The Simpsons. It's Mo. I might change it or alter it more. But that's where it is. That's where it is right now.
This is pretty terrific.
Oh, what? Whoa. Hold on. Hold on for a second. What the heck? Da, da, da. I don't want that. I don't want that. I'm trying to. I don't want that rhythm.
This is pretty terrific.
Maybe I don't want that chord progression at all. Yeah, okay, hold on. This is gonna end up being a lot like the other one, but that's okay. Da, 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 Then we're going to. Oh. Wow, guys. Feels like I haven't streamed in like 5 years. I'm like, I have to like go into the director to say like save everything, and like I've forgotten the folder path. Isn't that sad? Ba, ba, ba. Just saving this song really quick so that I can set up a file path for the directory. So I can start recording things here. Oh, really? Let me try that again. Sorry. I just saw Umbe's question. What shortcut am I using to copy things? So if you hold down Control, like, so if I click stuff like that, if I click over here, and it's gonna make a thing, or it's gonna place whatever I was messing with last. But if you hold the Control button and then click, you can like select large sections. So what I'm doing is I'm holding Control to select a large section, and then I'm holding Shift and clicking this and dragging it, holding Shift the entire time, and it'll basically take whatever you've selected and immediately make a copy of it, like a duplicate, and then while you're holding Shift, you can drag it to wherever you want. That's how I'm copying and pasting large sections. Sorry about that. The delayed response for that. Mobtown says, want me to record a guitar bit for you? I don't think so. Not yet. Maybe for a future stream. What I want now is vocal bits and otherwise samples, any sample that you can make, not necessarily musical samples yet. The reason for this is because of the way my brain works. If I'm going to be sampling somebody playing an actual instrument, that feels like just a collaboration, right? Like if I had, like Mia Gladstone come in here and play keyboard. Shouts out to Mia, wherever you are. Mia released a new song today. Mia's not paying me to promote it, but go listen to the new Mia Gladstone song. It's very good. Also, I guess while I'm talking about new music by people, Nelward put out new music. Go check out Nelward. There's a song called Smash Through that he has that's very good. And what else? Who else? There's a new desk pop Halloween themed compilation that came out, and Maxo's on it. I mean, a lot of people are on it. I listened to it, but the songs I'm thinking of, Maxo has a song on it called Pumpkin Pull or Pumpkin Push, and Banshee Beat has a song on it called, I don't remember, but it's very good. That's a train horn. Andy the Guy has a song on it that's also really good, and Lavand has a song on there called, it's something about ghosts. I'm really bad with names, but the songs were good. Anyways, word, Umbe. Welcome back, Cyber. You haven't missed too much. I'm just laying little groundwork. That's all. I hate how janky songs always sound at the beginning. They always sound like at least my songs. I don't know how your guys' songs sound, but in the beginning, my songs always sound like really janky, like they were made by like a 5-year-old. So scratch everything. Hey, what's up? What's up, Baldy? No worries. You're not really late. You're not really late. It's a long stream, so I would say being an hour late to a 6-hour stream is still on time in my book. I just sketched it. I just sketched it. I'm starting over. Okay, hold on. I just want to really quickly make sure that I save this because even without listening to it, it felt good. It felt good, so I'm going to go ahead and have faith in my own abilities and say that it was good. Yikes, this has gotten me in trouble before. Hold on, let me nudge it a little bit. Hey, what's up there, Jima? Whoa! I remember you. How you doing? How you been? Is everything fine? I remember you living far. I remember the time being weird for you wherever you are. Something? Maybe build up into something? I don't know.
This is pretty terrific.
Oh, happy birthday, Cyber. Oh wait, how was the meal? Cyber, I just put two and two together about the ramen and everything. I'm assuming that's what happened. I forgot that I'm like in a completely different time zone. That it's like early for ramen for me, but it would be ramen time. How was it? Was it spicy? Was it spicy? It's really hard to like things. It's hard for me to like ramen when it's not spicy. The heck? Oh, okay. Oh, happy birthday, Cyber. I don't remember what I did for my birthday this year. I don't. Oh wait, no, never mind. I was streaming. Anywho, I think that I'm probably not going to do as many choppy things on this one. This feels like a very close cousin to another song that I was making, but I'm gonna keep going with it right now because it's just kind of got that 125, that funky thing. I think it's probably gonna have vocals on it. I've made so many songs that are in this vein at this point in the stream that it's probably enough to support. Hold on, let me name this. Pick Pool? That's a cool name. Okay, MX61. 022 Pick Pool. I said 022. So, ew, not that color. Jesus. I did, Cyber. I have a really bad memory. Also, this year, never mind. This year's been a time. That honestly doesn't feel like this year, Cyber. What was that? You know what's funny? Okay, so it's a pretty good mic, all things considered. Sometimes when things happen outside my room, because like I don't have a soundproof studio or anything, there's a bedroom, you know. Sometimes when things happen outside my room, like the parrots or whatever, or somebody driving a car or yelling, I'll think for a second it's in the track and it freaks me out because I can hear it through my headphones. I don't know how powerful the sound is for a lot of you guys, but for me, it's like if somebody's like I can hear people opening their doors like across the street.
This is pretty terrific.
face goes a little bit too crazy at that point. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. I also am gonna clean up the bass in general. I have it down for reference right now. Okay, MX61, MX61, 055, I think, 053, 053, okay, good on me, 053, hit mute. I'm just gonna put 053 guitar, that's smarter. We're gonna make it purple, that sounds like a purple sound, yeah. Oh, speaking of the color purple, guys, have you heard of the movie Under the Cherry Moon? There's a Prince movie I didn't know existed called Under the Cherry Moon, and now it's the only thing I can think about. Like, I want to watch it so bad. It's in black and white. I don't know that I'll like it, but I do like Prince a lot. It's hard for me to not like something that Prince did. Ooh, I can already tell that's going to be loud as heck. Hold on. And I care about y'all's ears. So some of these were off. I feel like the last take was pretty good though. So I'm gonna squeeze and separate. Squeeze and separate. Why does that sound familiar? Squeeze and separate. Is that like a Lamaze class thing? Squeeze and separate. It might be like a baking thing, like kneading dough or something. Yo, Terrajima knows what I'm talking about. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I really do feel, I feel validated. I feel crazy in the stream half the time. I feel like nobody knows what I'm talking about. My references very rarely connect. Cyber gets some of them. I'm grateful for that. But I wasn't expecting anybody to know about that movie. Yeah, it's some Prince movie. Yo, I gotta silence my phone. That's gonna drive me nuts in the stream. Maybe something like that.
This is pretty terrific.
Oh no. Hold on. I think I ruined something. I did. Dang it. Oh. Do I want to do that again? I can. Is it here too? Oh, it's not there. Wait, it might be. Hold on. It is. Da 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 ba ba ba. Oh. Crisis averted. Wait, crisis not averted. Crisis persisting somehow. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not something I want to have to do, but it looks like I'm going to have to do it. Okay. It's just around 30 minutes. This may be a really good song with a bunch of pianos and really... I don't know what I'm doing, Ram. Hopefully, wait, hold on. What is Terajima talking about? Oh, is Terajima talking about the movie? Many critics said it's a movie that Prince appreciators would dig, but otherwise might not. It's on my list, too. Yeah, I do like Prince. I don't like Prince like some people like Prince. Some people like, you know, some people love that man. I think that Prince is indirectly responsible for a lot of my life choices. Oh, I am gonna have to do this really cumbersome thing I don't want to have to do because I don't want to re-record everything. You could always just compress it, but I don't know. See, look at that. Get rid of him. Basically what happened, guys, is so I have a mixer that I have all my keyboards plugged into, and sometimes when one of the channels isn't turned all the way down or muted, it creates this kind of like hiss that can be heard, you know, but it can be heard either very clearly or sometimes very faintly, but I hate it. And so sometimes if I've recorded too much, where it's like too much to just like go back and re-record everything, what I'll do is I'll chop all of like the silence out of the actual waveforms, which isn't the best fix. It's kind of janky. It's kind of a janky fix, but, and this little, watch me cap for myself. This is kind of like that disco sound anyway, and like, I mean, if you go back and you listen to a lot of those disco recordings, they are trash, and it's because, you know, they didn't have a lot of the tools that we have today to just like digitally remove noise, you know. A lot of these tools weren't here. And like, I mean, when you're trying to get the really crystal clean stuff, okay, all right, you win, phone. When you're trying to get the really crystal clear stuff, it can be really cool if you're like going for a very specific like super plastic and crystal clean sound. I'm always reminded of this. I'm always reminded of a comment that I once got on Lushstream, and I'm not gonna say who it was because they are somebody that's come into the streams, and I do appreciate them a lot. They're also an artist, and they were like, a lot of these songs are poorly mixed. I wish you would have like hit up like a mixing house before you release them. And I was like, oh, I mean, going into the spirit of like low fidelity recordings, I actually did work, which is kind of funny because, I mean, you can laugh at people who do this, including me, but I actually went through work to make the audio recording sound bad. Like, people will like just straight up download they'll download samples of vinyl crackling, and then they'll just like put that over a whole song. And like, no offense to anybody who does that, it is a thing. Like, people want to get that lo-fi sound without necessarily going about it in a hardware way, so they'll go about it by like digitally making a song sound worse. And that's fine. I mean, if that's the sound that you're going for, sometimes people that don't have access to like a distortion pedal will use like overdrive software to make their, their guitars or their synths or even their voices, if we're talking about certain genres, sound more distorted and like heavier, aggressive, and it's interesting. I mean, a lot of the music that I make is emulative. Emulative? Might use that word a lot more from now on. But it is a very emulative of other things, like, for example, I can't just go into my closet and grab a guitar. I don't have a guitar right now here at all. So I have to use other means, which is by, going on this keyboard and, why are you so quiet? Going onto this keyboard and pulling up a guitar sound, Is that good? This is gonna suck, and I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it. I am going to re-record it. It's just too much. It's too much. Working in waveforms in FL is always kind of a drag, so I often go to other DAWs and do that. Yeah. I also have worked in Cubase, which is a little bit better for working with waves. It's also extremely good. This is not a Cubase piece. Oh, wait. Those were fine? I guess I have all the sounds saved, or the patches saved. I'll just re-record it. So what was I saying? Enjoy shopping, Cloudless, but good morning. I think, never mind, I lost it. I'm gonna re-record these things. Hopefully I'll remember what I was. I felt like I was gonna answer a question or something. I'm gonna like speed record this because now I know all the different parts at least. So Whoa, sorry. Okay, I died for a second. I had to recreate everything. Mobtown, you didn't miss anything. I had like a weird recording thing, and so I had to rebuild a song from the floor. Hello, Chibi Lucy, and good morning to you. Hmm. So I have those. Sections now. That felt good, actually. I like it when I'm able to do things a little fast. Okay. Let me just nudge everything. That should be it. Everything's levels are going to be a little bit off, so let me just fix those. And then we can move forward with the song creation. Just going to put him in Rhodes. Gonna mute him for a second and put him underneath the Rhodes. What I did is I recorded 2 octaves of the Rhodes. I recorded like the part higher. I recorded it like a little bit high, and then I recorded it low. I'm not exactly sure which one I'm gonna use, but I just usually like to have that that option, because sometimes when I'm playing music, I make it too bassy. Like I bundle a lot of the notes in the lower part of the keyboard, and so I want to make sure that doesn't happen today. Gonna go ahead and save that. Send him to his bass area. Oh my god, which doesn't exist. Oh my god, he didn't have a bass part. Hold on, let me give you a home, buddy. Oh, that's why he didn't have a home. And then I can normalize this, and then I can normalize this, and then I can. This is the guitar, so I can send him to his. Ooh, guys, my tummy growleth. I'm getting a little hungry now. Out of everybody in the stream, has anybody in the stream had In-N-Out Burger? I have to get over this like really weird assumption that everybody lives in Los Angeles in the stream, and I realize that sometimes I might talk about things that you guys don't relate to or know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Has anybody in the stream had In-N-Out Burger? Is there less facial hair? Yeah, I did shave. Chibi Lucy, I did shave. I haven't had one. I wish I could though, says Cyber. Has anybody? Has anybody? Okay. Okay. All right. It happened again. It happened again. And now I just realized what. There we go. Or should I use the lower octave Rhodes? Let me see which one fits better. I like that one a little bit better. Okay, so I'm going to move this up so I keep the low Rhodes. Turn down the drums. Oh, I guess, yeah, Kiwi has. Mobtown lives in Texas and hates In-N-Out Burger. Or they live in Texas and hate living in Texas. It's unclear. What's up, Jesse? Texas does have an In-N-Out burger. I want to change it when I get here. But I'm going to take a slight break from this idea to go into... I do really like that quote, though.
This is pretty terrific.
You know what I'm going to do while I'm here? I'm going to, because I have the terrific quote, I'm going to do an arrangement swap. So, hold on. I'm going to sneeze is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to sneeze, I guess. Okay. I'm going to do an arrangement swap. So, FL Studio has this thing up here where you can make different arrangements. I'm going to make arrangement... I'm going to make this new one called Bubatomo. I'm going to make the new arrangement called Bubatomo. And then I'm going to put the... hold on.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific.
I'm going to put this quote in the beginning again. And I'm just going to mess with something. Because what I want...
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific.
What I want is... But that's not 125. Hold on. Let me hear what this BPM sounds like really quick. Yeah, it's too slow. It's too slow for that thing. So I'm just going to build the same beat again and just work with different... I want to work with different chords. The reason that I'm doing this is because I was going to go ahead and just start a completely new project, but I do like this beat, and I like specifically that Mo quote. I want to keep that, you know. I want to keep that in there. Oh, sick, you got a new bed, Mobtown? That's pretty cool. In-N-Out is going to a candy shop as a 5-year-old, but then going inside, it's actually a rat poison shop, and some crazy dude just stole your ice cream. What on earth, Ram? Are you okay? What happened to... What did In-N-Out do to you? I was saying I hate living in Texas because weather be bipolar and a lot of people are pro-Trump racist. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I also do not like Texas. I do like Whataburger, though. I do like Whataburger. I don't want people to get confused and think that my love for one is love for the other. Yeah, I'm making a new song, Ram. And I want to do it with... Oh no, it's happening. Momtown says I tried fried beer just because I was... Oh my god. How do you fry beer? I'm lost on that one. Whoa, it's off. That's funny. Da, 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 da. Beer cheese sounds disgusting. I mean, sorry, fried beer. When you said fried beer, I actually thought of beer cheese, and I had weird flashbacks of that Wendy's sandwich that I'll never eat again. Fried ice cream is cool. But I won't be trying the fried beer. I mean, I don't even try raw beer. I don't eat my beer raw.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific.
So I'm gonna turn this up. Let us try. Let us give it a shot.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific. tell you, this is pretty terrific. I gotta 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 tell you, this is pretty terrific.
As far as the twinkly piano, Boombe, yeah, it's like like MX61s, and like I think all the M line actually that Yamaha puts out has like for their piano presets. There's always like literally one called like I think this one's literally called 80s layer, and you can make a like if you listen to my song Midnight Drift 2, you can actually make 80s layers umbe that sound pretty good and convincing just by taking a piano and then layering like a bell pad. What I used really really high Celesta bells over the piano. So you just play piano at like a normal octave like you would play like this at a normal octave, and then you play. You like open up Celeste bells. I guess you could use glockenspiel. Just think of any like bell, like bright high pad. You can even use like synth pads, just really high, and make sure you EQ out like all of the mid and low, and you can actually make like a homemade 80s layer pad. I mean, that's how they were made. You can do it that way. GB Lucy has udon, and now I'm very hungry. Now I'm hurting. I did say I might do it at oh, I'm hungry. Oh, you know what I might do that I really don't want to do? Hold on. Because, I mean, we've been here for 2 hours anyway, and you know my rule. I'm going to go really quickly to... I'm going to go to dudes. But that Mo quote, like, I don't know why I'm forcing myself to use it in another song. I could put it in one of my previously worked on Plunderphonics tracks, which I might actually do. I might actually do that, guys. Yeah, that might be the move for me right now. Do any of you guys know who Ollie London is? This question might backfire on me pretty bad. Does anybody know who that is? Oh, also another thing, Umbe. I mean, this isn't necessarily. I'm not building an 80s piano layer right now, but make sure that your higher layer that you're putting over the piano is delayed like ever so slightly. Like you can even just like zoom in and Fruity Loops and then just nudge the bright layer so it kind of has this like, I don't know. Maybe I'll have like a section specifically for like breaking down how sounds are made. Because I mean, I don't know how to make every sound, but there are some sounds that I use quite a bit that, you know, I have broken down personally. Yeah, does anybody know who Ollie London is? I got like stuck in an Ollie London hole. Like Ollie London was somebody that I knew about a long time ago, but then I got stuck in like a more modern Ollie London hole, and I feel bad about it.
Every time I come you groundhog got every time I come you groundhog every time you groundhog got every time you like I come you groundhog got every time
So this where this song is actually like really interesting and poses a not necessarily a challenge, but a fun new way to go about making a song. The song, if you look at it, it's kind of done. And when I say done, I mean it's like skeleton is done, right? Like we have, you know, your first break.
every time
We have where it goes back to the break.
every time you groundhog
And then we have it go back to the string bit with no drums.
every time groundhog every time groundhog every time every
And then into like the sax part. And then it kind of just it fades out from there. Like I slowly deconstruct it towards the end. And it caps out about 3 minutes, right? So a lot of that is done. What I'm doing now, or what, maybe not right this second if I can't come up with anything, but like this section now, what you're seeing is roughly 20 tracks of sound, noise, or whatever. 20 tracks of sound is happening right now. What I want to kind of do is fill out at least 5 more tracks of like texture and layers, because the song is pretty sparse right now. Oh, word, yeah, Cyber, like that. The sax part, the new breakdown that was added. But I do want to add some layers going up into the beginning. Okay, so I should probably save these as different sections of the songs. But when we get into the beginning of the song, it's mostly just the piano, the Rhodes piano. Is this Rhodes? I think that... I can't tell. Wow, I chopped it too small. Oh my god, and it never comes back. Oh my god, hold on. What chord is that? Yeah, it's that. Okay, maybe I can, what are the chords once it breaks down? What are the chords once it gets to the string? I have guitars playing the chords. Oh my god, they're the same. Sorry. They're the same chords that I was just putting in that weird disco thing that I was making. Remember that one? I think that's why I stopped making it, because like part of my brain felt like I had just done that before, and it was here. Okay. So if I'm going to be adding piano, I want it to what it doesn't need it.
God. Every time. You like groundhog? God. Every time. You groundhog? God. Every time. You like groundhog? God. Every time. God. Every time. God. God.
I can't put it there. Oh, maybe I can.
God. Every time. God. Every time.
Honestly, just in the end, having a lead line up with the brass would be nice. Just in the end. I'm not gonna use all of that, but I do like having an accent right underneath the last. Let me find it. Just the last hit of the sax section. I'm sorry to hear about the popcorn thing. I haven't had popcorn in so long. I will open up that song though, Cyber. I haven't had popcorn in such a long time. It's still good, right? MX61, 21 duck lead. MX61, 21 lead. We're going to make you pink, 'cause that's the color of a good lead. Plus, you'll go well with the saxophones, which are purple. I might need to nudge this. Yeah, I'm already saying how I need to nudge it. It's a little bit off. I feel like this has become a staple of this stream now. Like, me not checking levels. It does sound like a duck, though. Aptly named. Sorry, I know that's really annoying. I'm just trying to... I just had to make sure it was well leveled, I guess, with the sax. I like it. I like it. I like it. Chibi Lucy says, I've been coping with the Spinning in Love mostly. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is that? What does coping with my music mean? Does that mean my music is helping you cope with something? Or does that mean my music is so bad that... Can you guys hear that? Maybe you can't, but I can.
Every time
Ah! Oh, Christ. Yo, I'm gonna have nightmares about that sound. Who was it? Who did it? Who? Oh my goodness. Oh, thanks, Madeline. Oh, it was just a follow. Is it Madeline? Is it Madeline? Thanks, Madeline. Appreciate you. Sorry, hold on.
every time every time
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to be like revisiting this song a lot in the next few production streams, just adding little pieces like that. That's like a lot of people think my songs are made in like a marathon mode, which, you know, I can do that. But what I prefer to do is get the skeleton kind of like how I have now, and then come back and add just like really small things here and there. And then, you know, after about 4 months or whatever, you do have like this really beefy, fully realized song. That's what I want. That's what I'm after. That's how I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the cyber song now. Ooh, I got to perform tomorrow, and I don't know what song to play there. And they want solo sax. I'm so dead. You're gonna kill it, Erwin. You're gonna kill it. I don't know how to play a saxophone. I don't know what really goes into all that, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. And that's really cool that you get to perform something. I mean, if you don't really count the streams, I haven't really had the opportunity to perform anything in a pretty long time. So, knock 'em dead, Erwin. Yeah, it was a subscription, Cyber. Apparently, I don't really know what that means. Does that mean that somebody subscribed to me on YouTube? I don't know what else that could possibly mean. Like subs to my my channel. Momtown says reading messages without hints of emotion makes it difficult to know what people are saying, meaning enunciation, not emotion. Oh, yeah, this is true, Mobtown. This makes it hard to navigate the internet sometimes. Opening a track 8 months down the line and being like, oh, this song is done. The dream. Yeah, Umbe. Umbe. That's how I felt. That's how I feel when I open a Dropout now. I feel like Dropout was kind of like the ghost of the streamer. It was just haunting every single production stream I was in that song. And now I open it and I'm like, yeah, I think it's done. I also have that for... Wait, what do I have that for? There's another song called Talkbox that I have that for. Like, it's just done. And, like, I keep opening it, like, hoping that I'll be able to work on it, but I can't because there's nothing really to work on. I think I'm going to put the Mo quote in this song, the Simpsons quote from Mo.
It's like songs. So I'm supposedly there.
What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
With these
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing. It's like songs. So I'm supposedly there.
what day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
With these
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing. I'm supposedly there.
This now.
Oh, I forgot I liked this song. Ooh. Yo, I needed a break from this. This song sounds really good to me right now.
I'm supposedly there.
This now is Jesus' like undivided.
with these
I'm supposedly there. Bear gun go. Just believing. I'm supposedly there.
what day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
With these
Supposedly there. Bear gun go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Oh, this song's very happy. Wow, I forgot how happy this song was. The lyrics don't have to make sense for a song to be happy. I'm gonna see where I can squeeze in this Simpsons stuff and like chop it up. Oh, what do you got for me, Mobtown? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Is something fresh out the oven? I haven't been able to stop thinking about that macaroni in a pot line. Guys, I've never actually had like macaroni that wasn't from a box. I don't know what, like, whatever.
I'm supposedly there.
This now is Jesus' like undivided.
with these
I'm supposedly there. Bear gun go. Just believing. I'm supposedly
Oh crap.
I gotta tell you,
I'm
I gotta tell you.
I'm
Crap. I don't know what's good. I don't know what I need. I don't know what I need, but you would think it would stop like scaring me at this point. It's because I get so, guys, it's almost like it's like those jump scare things where you have to like look really close and focus on the picture. I have to like focus my ears, if that makes sense, to like really listen to things, and then that sound comes in and it scares the crap out of me. Mobtown, I didn't know that that's what you had for me. I thought that you had like a funny joke or something. I thought you had like a sample you were gonna send me. Oh, the bubble sound. Oh, hold on. I've got you. Hold on. Actually, it's in here somewhere. For those of you that don't know, Mobtown asked me for a bubble sound, I think last week or something. They were like, what kind of bubble sounds did you use in the song Bumblebee? And they were in luck. And the reason I say they were in luck is because I have a lot of random sounds, but I had actually just used that sound in a remix that I'm making, so it was kind of fresh in my head, and it is in samples, and it is in can you guys hear my clock going off? It's making me looking for this funnier for me. It's in here somewhere. At least I think I know the bubble sound you're talking about. The specific bubble sound you're talking about is it that one? Because I mean, I used that one and I pitched it a bunch. Is that the one? Are these the bubbles you're looking for? Yeah, GB Lucy, it like scares the heck out of me. It's just a jump scare. It's the audio version of a jump scare. Oh, I'm sad now. I thought about all the haunted houses that I didn't get to go to this year. Omni saying Bubble reminds me of the Curion iPhone remix. Ah, the good old days. I actually like was roasting that song to my roommate recently. I was like, why did I remix this song? This song is just the iPhone ringtone. Like what gave me cause to put chords on this? And no, for no other reason than that was my friend. I was back in the mood of just like remixing all my friends' songs. Okay. Chill. Is that the bubble sound you're looking for? I need to know. Mob. It's the one that pops when the kid says bubbles. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Sorry, Cyber. Sorry, everybody in the stream. I have to get to the bottom of this and make sure I even have this sample anymore. And the only way for me to do that is to go in my projects folder and then go into the Omniboy folder and then go into the Nice Dream folder and then go into the Bumblebee folder. And then open Bumblebee and see what exactly from this song is going to open, and then go to the exact time marker that Mobtown Tokyo is talking about, and see if I still have this sound. Mobtown, if this sound is 3x Osk, I'm gonna pull my hair out on the stream. If the sample that you're looking for is not a sample and is indeed just something that I made through regressive through like 3x Osk, through like a synthesizer, I'm gonna pull my hair out, and then I'm gonna tell you how to make this the bubble sound. I'm gonna reverse engineer it. Supposedly. This song is taking forever to open. That's actually funny sound. Oh wow, so a lot of stuff isn't opening. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So a lot of things isn't opening for this track. That's fine. Let's go ahead and just turn it down. You're talking about the break here. Oh my god. It's the okay, alright, hold on. Is that what you wanted? Momtown. Momtown, speak up. Is this what you were talking about? It's the sample I just played layered. So if wherever you are, if you're saying yes to this question, if this is indeed the sound you're looking for, it is the bubble popping sound that I played earlier, Mobtown. What's happening here is a layer, so I can't send you this sample because it's technically not a sample. I just made it with a synthesizer. So I'm just going to really quickly show you what the two sounds are. So if you want to make a bubble popping sound, you can use a bubble popping sample, like if you have bubble wrap, right? And that is what I played you before. Now, if you want to also create the like cartoon bubble popping sound, you can do it with a synthesizer. And I have both in here. So one is Poison and one is the sample of the bubble popping. Oh my god, look at guys, can you see this? I'm having a heart attack right now. Can you see what the sequencer looks like? Can you see how big it is and how unseparated everything is? Oh my god. Okay, so it's made of two parts, right? Right? You're still here. You can hear me. It's made of two parts. This is the first part. That's the sample that I played for you, Mobtown. That's the sample that when I clicked on it, that's the sample that I played for you. All I've done is pitch it a bunch. Now the second sound, Mobtown, is this, which can really be made with any synthesizer. That's what it sounds like. All I've done is every single time I place a note, I have a pitch bend above it. Like I have a pitch bend up here that I put above it. So essentially you can place like, here's one note, all right? And then I can take a pitch bend and I can put it above it. And it gives it that like bubble poppy sound, right? And then you just place those kind of like, I won't say randomly, but this isn't super orderly. And it's layered with the popping sample. That's where the bubble sound comes from in Bumblebee Bumptown. So what I can do is I can give you just that simple bubble popping sound. Although if I'm being fair, Mobtown, if you know how to like rip MP3s from YouTube, I'm sure you could just like YouTube like bubble pop sound or like what are those things called? Bubble wrap. Yeah, bubble wrap sound effect. You can just like Google and download that and then layer it with a very simple synthesizer like a sine wave or a square wave and just have that pitch up effect. And if you layer those two things, I mean, we've all popped bubbles in our life and we know that it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't really sound like that, but just for the sake of like things being very cutesy and cartoon-esque, that's what I did. No, don't apologize, Mobtown, by the way, for making trouble for a sound. I mean, this is fun for everyone. At least I hope so. This is fun for everyone. Plus you gave me a startle in the form of money, so I do appreciate you for that. Yeah, you just put the bubble sound anywhere you want. It's like a garnish. Boy. Everything's different now, guys. Boy, have I changed. I would never write this today. What the heck? It's gone. What is this? Hold on. Was this in the original, guys? I don't remember this. I mean, I guess it was. You know what's funny about that Kid Yay sound? How many years now have I been using that? Okay, so that's something that hasn't changed. I'm going to go back to Scrumpty really quick. Mobtown, unless you had any more questions about this particular song. I get it, I think. I'm just going to have to rewatch this later for a tutorial. For sure, Mobtown. For sure. That's fair. Or, I mean, I can... It's the Halo Yay? Is that sound in Halo? Cyber? Kind of embarrassed to admit I've actually never played all the way through a Halo game. I remember when I moved to the suburbs, the Burbios, I had a friend named Shane. He was such a brat. I don't care for this kid anymore, but he invited me and, well, he invited his friends over, and I think I was like new at the school, and so I got like a pity invite, and all of his friends were like really into Mountain Dew and like really into Halo. And I remember sitting and watching them play multiplayer, like at Blood Gulch. They were just playing Deathmatch or King of the Castle or Capture the Flag or whatever. They were playing that, and I like played with them for a little while. And I had no idea that game had a story. Like that there was a campaign mode for that game. And I was just like, hey guys, can we play through the story? And they were like, nah, bro, like it's boring. And I was like, oh. And I was like, have you guys played it? And they're like, nah, we don't play the campaign. And I'm like, aren't you curious to know like what the story of this game is, or like why they're on this planet or whatever? And they're like, nah, dude, like we're just gonna play deathmatch. You want to play deathmatch or not? And so I did, and that's the only experience with Halo I've ever had. I don't know where you are, Shane. I hope you're okay. No, it's not from Five Nights at Freddy's. Mobtown, which is also a game I've never played. But it's probably in Five Nights, right? You know, the sad thing about kids saying yay, this is also true with dog barks. You can not sample it and it's still going to sound like the sample. There's like this, I always think I hear this sample of kids laughing, but sometimes kids just sound like that. Have you ever been in a supermarket and heard kids laugh and it sounds like a sample? Because kids have no individuality and they all sound the same.
It's like functions. So I'm supposedly there.
What day is this?
This town is Jesus' intentions.
With these
I'm supposedly.
Slurpee?
I just realized that sounded like insulting, like I was roasting kids. I'm just saying they do kind of sound alike. It's like when babies cry. There's really no personality there, right?
This town
For the most part.
Jesus' intentions.
with these
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
Okay, I'm gonna add stuff to this now.
just believing. I'm supposedly there out loud.
This town is Jesus' undivided.
with these
I'm supposedly there. Go, bear gun, go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you,
I'm supposedly.
Oh my god, Mo, you fit perfectly in there.
I gotta tell you,
Maybe a little bit later, though. I gotta tell you, I'm supposedly.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
Then I'm gonna move the other Mo quote down here, and I'm probably gonna make it unique and pitch it in a weird way, but we'll see. We'll see how things fare out. Make unique.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
what day is this?
This town
Just believing.
is Jesus' intentions.
With these
This is pretty terrific.
Supposedly.
No, I can't put it there. I can't put it there, but I want to.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
What day is this?
This town
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
With these
Supposedly there. Go, bear gun,
This is
go.
pretty terrific.
Just believing.
Do-do-do. It like pauses there.
Can we believe?
Cyber crushed this. It's funny. Okay, hold on. Let me take the tail off of that.
Can we believe?
This is pretty terrific.
I just want the terrific word. Can I just get the terrific line?
Terrific.
Can we believe? Just believing.
Terrific.
Can we believe?
No, I want to slide the Can We Believe earlier and then put Terrific right after it.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Slide them both a little bit. They're both early.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
I'm supposedly their ally.
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus. One divided.
These.
I'm supposedly you're gonna go. Just believing. I'm supposedly their ally.
What day is this?
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus.
These.
Supposedly they're you're gonna go. Just believing. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
I'm supposedly their ally.
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus. One divided.
These.
I'm supposedly you're gonna go. Just believing. I'm supposedly their ally.
What day is this?
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus.
These.
Supposedly they're you're gonna go. Just believing.
I guess I could go either way. Hey, what's up, Jaime? What is the sample you thought of, Mobtown? I just want a lead to be in there.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
I'm supposedly their ally.
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus. One divided.
These.
I'm supposedly you're gonna go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally.
What day is this?
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus.
These.
Supposedly they're you're gonna go. Just believing.
Terrific.
If I get it to this point, the problem is, oh, whoa, why is this song so fast? I mean, not tempo wise, but I'm not even at 3 minutes and I haven't even gotten wild yet. Okay, hold on. This is where I want it to get kind of wild. If I can do that. I didn't say what type of guitar this is, which kind of sucks.
Just believing.
Wait, hold on. I gotta find what type of guitar this is because I want to do something with it. this is so annoying. I can't tell if it's the first one or the second one. It's this one. It's this one. Thanks if anybody was helping. I have a love-hate relationship with muted plucks. I kind of hate muted plucks, but I like them when they're layered with things. What was that? Okay, never mind. Sorry. Oh, it's cyber playing at a really high frequency. Oh yeah. I'm doing restructure. Okay, so now that I have the guitar.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
I want to do that.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
Supposedly, they're gonna go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
The kick in this song is wild. What the heck? Does the kick sound wild to anybody else?
Just believe me.
Terrific.
Just believe me.
Terrific.
I'm close. I'm like right there.
Just believe me.
Terrific.
I want to start it.
Just believe me.
Terrific.
Just believe me.
Terrific.
Just believe me.
Terrific.
Just believe me.
Actually, let me just loop this so that I don't have to keep restarting it.
Go, go, go. Bear gun, go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
Oh, crap.
Go, go, go. Bear gun, go. Just believe me.
Terrific.
It's like sanctions. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing. It's like sanctions. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing. I'm supposedly there. Allah.
This now is Jesus'
I'm supposedly there.
Slurpee?
Go, bear gun, go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you,
I'm supposedly there. Allah. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
Supposedly there. Go, bear gun, go. Just believing. Can we believe?
terrific.
Oh, I need to add strings to that a little bit.
Go, bear gun, go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Perfect. Let me just get an armed track.
Go, bear gun, go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Go, bear gun, go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
I'm supposedly there. Allah.
This now
Just
is
believing.
Jesus'
I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
bear gun, go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you,
I'm supposedly there. Allah. What day is this?
This now
Just
is
believing.
Jesus' intentions.
Supposedly
Slurpee?
there. Go, bear gun, go. Just believing.
terrific.
Goodbye, Chibi Lucy. Thanks for being in the stream. I appreciate you. And also, I saw the question from Erwin talking about lag when it comes to MIDI controllers. So, a few things. Usually, when dealing with MIDI, you're always actually going to deal with a small amount of lag. I mean, there's a lot of ways to decrease this lag. There's a lot of ways. I mean, just having a really good computer is one way. Another way is to actually go into your DAW. A lot of DAW will have like latency settings, and you can do a lot of like buffering things. Like, for example, if I want to decrease lag between my keyboard and what I'm hearing on screen, hold, while I pull up an actual soft synth somewhere in this song, and I'm not seeing one. Because, oh my god, what are you doing here? See how there's like no lag between me hitting the key and actually getting a response? Except for with my MIDI fighter, which seems to have completely turned against me. For whatever reason, the reason that there's no lag is because I've actually gone into, or when I've gone into the settings of my DAW and went to like the audio and dealt with a bunch of buffering things. If you use like FL Studio, Erwin, I'm not exactly sure what DAW you're in, but if you go into FL Studio and use the like ACO drivers, I actually don't know how to say this. It's spelled ASIO, but it's like an acronym, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna say ACO. If you use the ACO drivers, it decreases latency pretty good. You know, you're dealing with a lot of things responding instantly. However, there are a lot of other things that, you know, you have to sacrifice for that. Like maybe might not be the best sound quality because things are buffering so fast. Also visual stuff, you know, you have to think about the way the DAW looks. Yeah, ASIO for all. ASIO for all? ASIO for all? I don't know. I hope that helps though, Erwin. But that is a very common problem when plugging into computers, just because data transfer takes a second. Even when dealing with my keyboard, right? Like I record in. That's pretty instant. I don't know if you're looking at my fingers. Hold on. Actually, I can make my babies bigger. If you're looking at my fingers, it's pretty instant. But if I actually go into FL Studio, right, and I say, well, I want to record this now, and I pick a live channel like this. Are you hearing that slight delay now that comes with the keys? See, that's without it. Anyways, it ends up manifesting as like kind of a weird delay sound, which can make it really tricky when it comes to recording things. I know for me personally, it's like it makes it a nightmare to record stuff when I have that latency. And that's just with like an actual audio instrument. And then with MIDI, it can sometimes be even worse. So there's a lot of ways to fix that. But it's not as simple usually as like one thing. But the buffer, I don't know. Again, I don't know what DAW you're using, Erwin. But if you're using FL Studio, there is a buffer within FL Studio that you can set the amount of lag it's going to have. Obviously, setting a bigger amount of lag is going to allow other things in the DAW to run a little bit better. It's kind of like a balancing act, you know. Do you want things to have a little bit of latency when you're playing them, or do you want like the fader to run smooth and stuff like that? You know, it's a balance. It's kind of like building a computer, you know. What are you building it for? Guys, what do lookalikes do? Sorry, I know that seems off topic, but like, there's like some Kim Kardashian lookalike that like gets a lot of money and like has like a whole career, and like I don't know how your entire career is just looking kind of like somebody else. Like I don't know. I don't know what are your opportunities? Like, what are you doing exactly? Is what I'm saying making any sense? Like, actual being they're like a celebrity. Like the person I'm thinking of, they're like a celebrity, arguably, right? Like they have like a bunch of followers and everybody loves them, and like, but they just look like somebody else. What is that? What is the like? Because like if you look like Ariana Grande, there's one that looks like Ariana Grande. If you look like Ariana Grande, that doesn't necessarily mean you can like sing. Like, isn't there more to Ariana Grande than looking like Ariana Grande? Am I overestimating what's sorry. What I'm doing right now is I'm trimming the string so that there isn't a tail left on it, and then I'm putting a little fader on the beginning and end. Yeah, what is that, guys? What is that career path? Throwaway bass. Why is this called throwaway bass? Are these two basses different? There's a lot of reverb on that bass. Ew. It's the same bass. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move this one up because there's no reason for it to. Whoa! I said move it up. Move it up, please. There's no reason for it to be down there.
This
what's up, Peace Bean? It's called Novelty, huh? Novelty. This kick almost goes like too hard. It like makes me uncomfortable. Like it makes me feel like I'm peeking.
Just believing. I'm supposedly...
Specifically that hit, this one like makes this arrangement for me. Just this. That like that there's that much space left. Ground. I'm gonna have to transcribe this entire song after I'm done with it. Ground.
I'm supposedly there. Allah.
This now is Jesus.
I'm supposedly there. Go, go, bear gun, go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there. Allah. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus.
Supposedly there. Go, 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 bear gun, go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Whoa, what is that? What was that? That's like muted there. This thing. What's this? It's a completely second bass layer there. Oh, that needs to go in throwaway bass. Silly. And then just mute it, I guess. What, like, I hear y'all. I hear you guys when you say like novelty, but like what does that mean? Like what do lookalikes do all day? Like what do they do? How do they get money? How do you get... Oh, I just thought of something really messed up. Anyways, how do you get money as a lookalike? Like, I feel like my life would be better served just getting a lot of plastic surgery to look like somebody else and then making that my career. Just being like, I'm other Kevin Hart. I'm too tall to look like Kevin Hart. I guess height doesn't matter, right? You can be a lookalike, but like look like somebody and not be the same height as them. I don't know if height is taken into consideration. What is this? I don't remember that sample being in there. Wait, can I reverse it? Does it sound cool reversed?
Bear gun.
It sounds exactly the same. Whoa.
Bear gun.
I guess if somebody goes, woo, there really isn't that much in that sound wave that can be reversed. Now that I'm thinking of it, there really just isn't much to work with there. So, of course, it sounds the same. What can I do with it then? Can I... Oh. Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe I can go like, hold on. Maybe I can open it up. Maybe I can open it up and be like, woo. Woo! But if I go... no, if I go... Whoa, I used to work with somebody that sounded just like that. I used to work... Oh my god, that sounds just like him. Oh my... That's really funny. Anyways, I used to work at IKEA with a man that sounded just like this. Wow. I think he smoked a lot or something. I don't know what his whole thing was. He sounded just like that. It's kind of cool. I hope you would like this. I am so sorry, guys. Whoa, it sounds like a little rat. Oh! Wait, there. Oh, and then I pitch it down. More. Spends way too much time on this. Okay, hold on.
I'm supposed.
Why?
I'm supposedly.
I want to put it with...
I'm supposedly. Bear gun, go. Just believing.
Lower.
I'm supposedly. Bear gun, go.
Too low.
This is like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear Gun Go.
Why do you want me to check out terrible things, Mobtown? Are you saying you want me to listen to bad rap? Are you saying it's rap you made?
like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear
Ew, too low, too deep, too deep. You never want to go that deep. I do like when it's like, I do...
this like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear Gun Go.
Boo, 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 boo. Oh my god, wait. Can I just make it play the melody? How is that possible? How is it right in line? Wait, maybe it's not. Okay, it's not.
this like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear Gun.
Yeah, we're keeping it. We're keeping that. Okay, let me start it back at the actual beginning of the break.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear Gun Go.
Yeah,
Just
you used to
believing.
say.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is these
Supposedly there Bear Gun Go.
Oh, I'm liking that one. Hold on, let me unlink it from the thing above it. Did I get rid of volume automation? I did. So I'll just make a new one. I don't know how to spell Mo Sizlek's last name. I realized that as I was naming the track that it lives in. I have no idea how to spell that man's last name. If anybody knows, I would appreciate it. I don't know what to call this. Rats? I'm gonna call this Rats.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is like
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is these
Supposedly there Bear Gun.
I want to go boo-doo-da-dee. If that makes sense. Boo-doo-da-dee. I want to go boo-da. Too short, too short. Stay down there. But what I'll do is I'll add a yo, get on beat. Jesus Christ. I want to put that up there, and then I can put in the I can hold on. I can put in the I can get rid of play and replace it with Omnisphere, right? We're gonna have to like have a picnic or something because Omnisphere does take like forever and a day to open. I'm gonna replace play with Omnisphere, and then within Omnisphere, I'm gonna go to my trusty old like jazz vocals, those like da da do da ba, like those ones, and I'm gonna grab one of them that's a little bit more expressive and layer it over the woo 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 woo. I'm gonna layer it over the rat, I think, to make it. That's what I'm saying, making any sense. Mo Sizlek, thank you, Cyber. Whoa, wait, did I spell it right? Oh my god, wait, hold on. I don't know if you Googled that. Wait, hold on. Did I spell it right? Oh, I didn't. S-I-Z-L-A-K. S-Y... No, S-Z-Y... Okay, I wasn't close at all. Never mind. Sizlek. What ethnic origin is that? It's very cool. I never thought of Mo as being European. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna, what I'm doing, for those of you that have seen me make some other songs, like, you've heard the song Talkbox, you've heard the song Dropout, you have heard these jazz stabs I'm about to use. If they I don't want that one though. These are boys. It says boys. I don't necessarily want boys. I want Do I want women? I don't think I want women either, actually. I don't think I want women. Okay, we're gonna have to... Oh, it's because I took velocity off. That's why it's doing that. It's because I took velocity off. No need to worry, guys. No, that's not what I want. I want the jazz ones. Because the jazz ones have so much, like, expression in them. Like bap. Bap, 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 bap. Bap, 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 bap. Oh my god. Oh, I'm like hooked on these vocal things. I feel so bad. The only reason I don't like how much I'm relying on the jazz vocals is because I feel like if like just anybody gets Omnisphere, they're gonna hit that jazz sound, those jazz, that patch of the vocals, and be like, oh, this is how Omni made every single song. I'm sorry, Mobtown, by the way, about the CD. I did see. You say with crap artists, but I think I remember liking Chingy. I mean, free to disagree. And maybe it just doesn't age well. Maybe that's the thing. I never was a fan of Yang Yang Twins, but maybe Chingy doesn't age well. But Chingy had some bops, right? I mean, maybe that CD's bad, though. Bop, 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 bop. It like doesn't. It sounds like somebody at the extent of their range.
I'm supposedly their ally.
This now.
Just believe me.
Jesus is like these
I'm supposedly air gun go. Just believe me.
I gotta tell you.
I think I'm gonna do that.
I'm supposedly their ally.
this now.
Just believe me.
Jesus is like these
I'm supposedly air gun go. Just believe me.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally. What day is this?
this now.
Just believe me.
Jesus is
This song is a nightmare. I mean, like a cool one though, but wow, what a cluster this has turned into. Have fun running your errands, Kiwi. Thank you for being on the stream. Appreciate you. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm having like somebody's having a conversation with me about lookalikes like completely outside of this stream, and it's splitting my head in two. It's that the reality of using any sample library? Isn't that the reality of using any sample library, says Umbe? We'll all be exposed one day. Yes. Yes. Okay, so here's the thing, actually. So it's a twofold problem, or I should say it's a problem and a solution. One of the problems in using a sample library is like if I'm using these like really cool strings, like the legato strings that you guys have seen me use in stream after stream after stream. It's like the worry is that somebody else gets those legato strings and then suddenly they become Omniboy and then I'm obsolete, which is hilarious. And then the reality, or the solution rather, is that somebody gets those things and they make something completely cool and different with it. Muahan? Muahan? I'm gonna say Muahan. Muahan asks if I look at the chat. Well, I'm in the chat talking right now. I'm responding this. I was talking to Umbe, but welcome, Muahan, to the stream. Yeah, I do read the chat. Back what I said, Umbe. It's kind of this really like I think it's a brand of imposter syndrome, right? If there is a tree of imposter syndrome, one of the branches in it is that if somebody else buys this same hat, they'll be just as cool as me, because you have this inferiority complex that the hat is what has made you cool. But I think that even if somebody else had the boo bop bops, these babies. Like, even if somebody else had those, they're not necessarily gonna play it like that, right? You know, like I play it because, I don't know, I have a problem. I have my own like little cage creatively that I'm in that makes me do stuff like that. But you know, I wish everybody had this sound. I would like for everybody to have this sound. And I would love to hear like what, I don't know, like 8 other producers make with this specific sound, because I know Andrew Huang does those things where it's like 4 producers, 1 sample, and the like 4 producers have to flip the sample to make something unique and different. I've never been invited to one of these, but I would like to see other people have my same exact like loadout. Loadout? Probably the wrong term to use. Cyber says, 1 part of the tool, but the other half is how you use it. Yes. Yes. They're just really funny sounds. Okay, all right. Focus.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
This now
Just believing.
Jesus is like undivided. These
I'm supposedly where gonna go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is like these
Supposedly there where gonna go. Just believing.
Terrific.
What am I doing? I completely lost the thread. I found you from the sound. Sorry, started reading comics. Mohan says, I found you from Gucci. Thanks, Mohan. I did make that song in 2017. Late 2017, I believe. Maybe 2018 at the latest, but it is pretty old. So thank you for listening to some of the old stuff and combing all the way from there to the stream. I appreciate that. I don't think anybody's ever going to put out that YouTube video, Umbe, the one you're talking about. I don't think anybody wants to sound like Omniboy, except for 2 people that I can think of. And I am now in 2020 very cool with these people and the space they occupy in the music scene. So I'm thinking they can be accents. So there's a lot of stuff happening in this track, and I'm gonna have to move some stuff to make space for these guys. Sorry. I love that. That's like really like, because these are actual human voices that they recorded, and it's like, I can't do that. There's no way that's a real person. Hold on. No, these aren't real people. Never mind. Sorry. Well, yeah, they are, but it's definitely letting me play it outside of a human being's range. I want to believe that this is real. I want to believe that that's actually recorded. It should continue the melody.
I'm supposedly there out loud.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is like undivided. These
I'm supposedly where gonna go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
Wait. Oh, guys. I like this song. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna do some MIDI recording, and then I'm gonna I'm gonna do some MIDI recording, and then I'm going to like move a little bit of them around and quantize them immediately after, because I like these voices as being fills. You know, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of this Omnisphere thing. I didn't whatever, I shouldn't say that, but I am gonna get my money's worth out of this somehow. Who was it that was talking about getting their money's worth out? Ren, I hear you. You're in my brain. I'm gonna get my money's worth out of this thing. The fact of the matter is, you know, you have an expensive synthesizer, you need to use it. I bet there's 2 or so octaves worth of real human voice in there. I love Umbe. I missed you guys. All right. Okay. What? The 2 knife clips fits really well in there. Jesse, were you the one that recommended that? Were you the one that recommended that, or I can't remember who sent that in the Discord, but whoever it was, if you're here now, thank you, because yeah, really it was the coleslaw to my chicken sandwich.
I'm supposedly there.
This now.
Just believing.
Oh crap, hold on. I'm not even armed to record. Also, when I said coleslaw on the chicken sandwich earlier, I don't actually do that, but I know that is a thing that a lot of people in the South do, so respect to them for putting that in that. I'm gonna go ahead and snap it to 4th step. No, I'm gonna snap it to 4th beat. Okay. Play.
I'm supposedly there.
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus is like undivided. These
I'm supposedly here gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus is intentions. With these
Supposedly there.
It stopped too early. That's fine. That's fine. Start it over again. That was Soothsayer? Whoa. Soothsayer has a really, really good streak of like doing nothing. And then when they actually do something, it's really, really cool. Or when they actually say something, it's really, really important or funny. I appreciate Soothsayer's restraint and attention to quality, I suppose. What do you call it?
I'm supposedly there.
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus is like undivided. These
I'm supposedly here gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now.
Just believing.
Jesus is intentions. With these
Supposedly there. Here gun go. Just believing.
Terrific.
I shouldn't have kept playing. I shouldn't have kept playing. I could feel myself losing it.
I'm supposedly there.
Whoa. Okay, I gotta clean this up now. Whoa, chill. Jesus Christ. That should not be there. Ooh, why did those notes cut off so quick? Make them longer. Does this sound ridiculous to anybody else? I'm like, I'm giving myself a giggle here. Let's find it. Let's find it. Just you two. Just the guitar and the voice. Oh, we killed it. Congratulations, stream. We did it. We did it. Let me make that shorter. Let me bring Cyber back in.
I'm supposedly their outlaw mode.
Oh, it's great.
I'm supposedly their outlaw mode. Just believing. I'm supposedly bear gun go. Just believing.
Oh.
I'm supposedly their outlaw mode.
This now
Just believing.
My undivided.
These
I'm supposedly
Slurpee.
bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly
So here's what I'm trying to do, guys. Like if we take out, let's take out the vocals really quick and let's just listen to it even without the vocal play, right? And yeah, let's listen to it without the vocal play. Leave one of Cyber in for a second.
I gotta tell you.
So are you guys hearing basically what's happening here is there's variance, right? If you think about the if you think about the chord progression, right? The chord progression and the rhythm, like the way that I'm playing it. Uh-oh. That was not plugged into. That was supposed to be plugged into Omnisphere, but it clearly was not. It was plugged into the guitar, and now it's going to start playing it in a bunch of different octaves. Okay, so if I play the chord progression. I'm not changing the chords at all. I'm not even changing the articulation in which I play the chords. So to give the song more variation outside of the I almost said complextro, outside of the plunderphonics thing, I have added like little breaks here and there, right? Like, so the first break happens when this trumpet comes in. You have the song going on, then this trumpet plays. All that stuff is just done to add variation. If I zoom out right now, you can see this trumpet is the red thing. It only occurs once in the entire breakdown of this song. You know, it's not looped or anything. And so the reason I'm doing that is just so that the song doesn't get dull. It gives you kind of something to expect, or it gives you something to like mess with the monotony of the loop of. And you'll also notice that when I come in, when I start the progression, there's no guitar. Like if I zoom in down here, you see how there's no guitar? It's just the bass by itself. There's not even a kick. This is all done just to give it a little bit of variation. Also here, there's like a little hole where there's no bass guitar happening. That whole part, that like, that has no bass. And so all of that is done, again, to give it a little bit of, welcome back, Rem. All of that is done to give it a little bit of variation. And so a lot of times when you're listening to something that is plunderphonics, or you're listening to complextro, or you're listening to really any complex arrangement, it doesn't have to be anything that's particularly like haphazard or crazy or complicated. It could just be any arrangement. A good way to approach an arrangement is to approach it in small pieces, right? Like when I think about my woodwind layers, it's not like I just sit down to make a woodwind arrangement and then in the end I'm like, oh great, I have it. It's more so you sit down to make a flute arrangement. Once that seems to have found its home, you sit down and you make a bassoon arrangement. You sit down and you make a clarinet arrangement, and these things all complement each other, and it happens gradually over time. Now if you're like a speed producer, you can do something like this in 15 minutes, but don't put that weird expectation on yourself. I don't even always do things really, really fastly when I'm layering things, because I might not just have the ideas. The ideas might not be with me yet. Maybe I get a really cool idea for this song that I'm making with Cyber's voice in it. Maybe I get a cool idea for this song in like December. You kind of have to give yourself time sometimes to come up with those layers, and I think that they will fit a little bit more naturally because it allows the song to grow with you. You know, I didn't make this song all in one day, so it kind of has days worth, if not weeks worth, of growth in it. Saying all of that to say that right now that I have the core structure of the song down, what I'm doing is I'm going in and I'm erasing things and plugging in other things. You guys saw me put the Mo quote in here, the Mo Sizzlet quote. I'm just kind of going and plugging in and taking out a lot of stuff. And one of the things I'm trying to do now is, now that I have these voices, I want to find places to put those voices so it's not like too much, you know, because there is a lot already happening in the song when it comes to even just this one channel, right?
This now is Jesus is
My undivided.
with these Slurpee.
It's a lot. Even the thing that's funny is, like, none of these vocal things are clean. I want to call attention to this too, guys, because I was asking for vocal chops. I think a lot of people were either unsure of what I wanted, or they were uncomfortable sending me like a sample of their voice of them talking or something like that, or maybe they were like, hey, I don't have like a good recording rig set up. I know that like Ava said something last week where they're like, I just don't have a good recording rig set up, and it's gonna take me a while to set that up. Guys, I'm not really picky. Like, if you listen to some of these vocal samples, they're not highest quality. Like, you can hear like fuzz, like there's a lot of white noise on that one. It's dirty. Nothing's clean.
This now is Jesus is
My undivided.
with these
They're all really messy. And in fact, when you listen to the Slurpee line, it sounds like there's like crickets in the background.
Slurpee. Slurpee.
Because there literally are. There's crickets in the background of the Slurpee quote.
Slurpee.
A lot of that stuff isn't super important to me when I'm making Plunderphonics music. In fact, a lot of those things, a lot of those artifacts, and a lot of those things that could be like worsening the quality of a sound file actually contribute to the more random and chaotic feel of Plunderphonics. Now, if I was working with a vocalist, if I was working with Sky, or I was working with Mia, or I was working with Ehi, or I was working with Fuchs, and they sent me, you know, vocal take, and there's like crickets in the background, or it's really noisy or something like that, or there's kids playing, like, obviously I'm not going to want to use that. That's a little bit more complicated because it's now the focus of the song. But since no one of these sounds is necessarily the focus of the song, somebody can make a valid argument that maybe Cyber's vocal is the drive of the song, the center of the song. But still, since no like vocal sample is the focus of the song, it can have those like artifacts in it. Because if I just play the vocal bits of the song, it doesn't, like, it's like a bad tapestry, right? Like, things don't really come together. They sound like they're being recorded all different rooms, different equipment all over the world, right?
I'm supposedly their ally.
mode. This now
Just
is
believing.
Jesus is
My undivided.
with these
I'm supposedly
Slurpee.
Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally.
Mode.
What day is this?
This now
Just
is
believing.
Jesus is
Attention.
with these
Supposedly
Slurpee.
their
Go.
Bear Gun.
So it's a messy song. It's a messy song when you just take the vocals. Really, the only thing that is grounding this arrangement, I would say, if I'm leaving out the drums, is particularly Cyber's supposedly and a la mode,
I'm supposedly their ally.
because they have a melody to them. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da.
I'm supposedly the
Yeah, it's kind of like the core melody of the song.
I'm supposedly their ally.
this now
Just
is
believing.
Jesus is
My undivided.
with these
I'm supposedly
Slurpee.
Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally.
Anyways, that's like the core part of the song. So right now that I'm trying to fit these scat vocals in, oops, and erase them apparently. Now that I'm trying to fit them in, I'm just making sure that when they play, they're not clashing with anything. Particularly right here, they don't seem to be clashing at all. They complement really well.
Ally.
Like, I do like, oh god, these drums are so wild.
Ally.
I like the there's a ground in there. This. But see, hear that ground? It's the same note as this. No, it's not. It is not at all. Yeah, I see what's happening. It's... Ooh, do I want to change that? Do I want to mess with greatness? I'm so sorry for everybody's ears. I really do apologize. I'm just trying to figure out... There we go. Now it fits. It's the same note. Sorry, guys. Yeah, see, now it's the same note, and now they complement each other. Perfect. Yeah, Umbe is right. For short clips and chops, you can't really hear any of that stuff, like all the artifacts and the poor quality recording. Also, something to keep in mind, guys, is all of the music you have heard was recorded on a phone. All of my vocals were recorded on phone. I do have a mic now. It's very nice. Yay! But none of my songs that are out currently were recorded on this. They were all recorded on a phone. I bought this year. I have not released any music this year.
This sound
Just believe it.
Jesus is like
Undivided.
I'm supposedly
Slurpee.
Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there.
Particularly that part. Bum, 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 bum. I want to do something for that.
Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there.
Maybe go up higher. So do da da da.
Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm
Da da.
just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there.
Oh, it is good. I mean, I need to mess with the levels a lot, but a lot of these are complementing each other.
Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposed.
Wait, hold on.
I gotta tell you.
What can I do there for Mo? What can I do for you, Mo Sislak? What can I do? Let me spell it right. What can I do to help you stand out?
I gotta tell you.
Maybe that's fine, actually. I have it panned really well. Is anybody else wearing headphones for this?
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there.
What day is this?
This sound
Just believing.
Jesus is
Supposedly.
Slurpee.
And that part particularly I like because if you guys remember, I don't know who remembers this, but let me really quickly go to arrangement number 1. This is the second arrangement of this song. Surprise, surprise. This is the second arrangement. Arrangement number 1 started like this.
It's like song options. So I'm supposedly.
Oh, never mind. It started the same other way.
I'm.
It just didn't have the funky break.
This sound just means Jesus is like
Undivided.
But the song in its infancy was only this bit. Remember I was in a live stream, like a morning medley, and I was over on that keyboard and I played the like ba-da-doo-ba-ba. That. Remember that? That was the original progression of the song. I kind of missed that progression actually. But anyways, now I'm on this one. And so I only use the marimba for one interjection here.
Supposedly.
But that's the only time it exists. I took it out of every other part of the actual song. I just used that one part in there. I've got it in 5.1. It seems okay, says Jesse, talking about sound. If you guys don't know what 5.1 is, it's a type of sound system. So, word up. I remember the first time I bought a 5.1 computer sound system, and Counter-Strike sounded great that weekend. I wasn't sure I was going to be work, but it was actually coming together nicely. Oh, thanks, Cyber. Thanks for Thanks for participating. I appreciate it. I feel like my entire career, and particularly these streams, is like me saying, thank you, Umbe, by the way, for the panning comment. I do appreciate that. Yeah, because I do have the Mo Sizzlek thing panned a little bit to the right just so that it doesn't clash with too many other things in the mix. But what I was gonna say is I feel like I make promises in the stream musically where I'm just like, okay, next week we're gonna do Plunderphonics. This week we're gonna make something funky. This week we're gonna do an ambient thing. I say those things, and then in the back of my head I'm like, wow, I sure hope I can actually do it. I hope I can actually deliver when Friday comes, because I'm not sure. Like, a lot of this stuff obviously is live, but there are some people, some beautiful people who I love, and this is not insults to them, but they do, like, to a certain degree, script their live streams, where it's like they will prepare, like, maybe they prep a song or something like that they can open up so that they don't waste people's time, which is done for you guys. That's like respect to you guys, because I'm sure they just don't want to waste anybody's time, you know, in the same way that you rehearse before a performance, so you don't want to, like, screw it up for anybody. You want everybody to get, like, the best show that they can get. I don't really prep these things, guys, before I start the stream. I don't even, like, open Fruity Loops half the time when it's not Friday. So yeah, I'm glad that this song ended up working out, because I didn't even, when Cyber first sent me the vocal thing, I didn't actually listen to it until the night before, and I still didn't even put it into Fruity Loops until, like, I was streaming and we were like 15 minutes in.
It's like functions. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
Wait, what just happened? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, nothing happened. I couldn't see this guy down here, the thing that I made, and it was just because I didn't do it this early in the song. So let me just scoot this stuff up so it'll be cool. Da da dun dee doo da 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 dun dee doo. Does anybody on the stream know what Trekkie Tracks is?
It's like functions. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
With these I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing. It's like functions. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
With these I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
With these I'm supposedly
Slurpee?
just believing.
I want to just add a little, like, slide in right here. Like, there.
Just believing.
And then I want to turn it down because it is a little loud.
Just believing. I'm supposedly there. Just believing. I'm supposedly there.
This now is Jesus' life.
I almost had a Trekkie Tracks release, guys. And, like, I feel like the problem is I always want to send them stuff like this. I always want to send them music like the song I'm making now, and I don't think they would be into it.
Just believing. I'm supposedly there.
This now is Jesus' life.
Undivided.
With these I'm supposedly there. Bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
With these supposedly there.
Maybe put it right there.
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
With these supposedly there. Bear gun go.
Oh, that note's off. Do-do-do. Whatever, that works.
I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus' intentions.
With these supposedly there. Bear gun go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
I have not sent them anything. Cyber, there is a second when like the door was open for me to send them stuff, and then that door closed temporarily, and I never asked when it was back open again. But I'm pretty sure it was open because a friend of mine released on Trekkie Track, so I'm like, I'm pretty sure I could have also. I just never checked back. I'm almost at full capacity on this song. I'm not like where the song's finished, but like where I feel like I've expressed all of the cool ideas that I have. I need to move on to another project. But
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there are a lot of days.
This now
Just believing.
Jesus intentions.
With these supposedly there are bear gun go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
ah, dang it.
Just believing. Just believing. Can we believe? Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Just believing.
I hate it when you zoom in and like accidentally move over and completely lose where you are.
Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Oh, maybe that's where you put them. Bum, ba-bum, 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 ksh. Maybe there. Maybe there.
Can we believe?
Terrific.
Interesting.
I'm supposedly there are a lot.
Why does the velocity seem different on these? Like I'm looking at it and it's exactly the same. Like the volumes on some of these feel like they're different on some of these hits, and I don't understand why. They're not. They just sound like it when it comes to this part. The heck is that? Oh. Sorry, my keyboard was plugged into Groundhog Day.
See the groundhog, groundhog.
Anyways,
Ground.
whoa, why won't it catch up to where I am? Okay, so I was going to do...
I'm supposedly there are a lot.
This now
Just believing.
Jesus is my
Undivided.
With these I'm supposedly bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there are a lot. Days.
This now
It almost just needs to be turned up, I think. I think that the Omnisphere vocals could stand to be a little bit louder. That's the wall I'm running into.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is my
Undivided.
With these I'm supposedly bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there are a lot. Days. I'm supposedly there. I'm supposedly there.
It's very good. It's very good now.
I'm supposedly there are a lot. Days.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus is intentions.
With these supposedly there. I'm supposedly there are a lot. Days.
This now
Just believing.
Jesus is
Rem says, so you making an album or an EP, or are you just making some songs? I'm trying not to think about it, Rem. Honestly, I'm just trying to just make music and not get not get too like hung up about what exactly these songs are going to go in, or what the release is going to look like, or what the art is, or if it's going to be an EP or an album or a mixtape, or if they're going to come out as singles, or if they're going to come out as all. I'm kind of just trying to make stuff to keep the rust off. At some point I will have to start thinking about decisions like that for sure, Rem, because it has been over a year since I released anything. But Rem, do you have any albums out? This might actually be a really cool conversation. Do you have any albums out? You don't have to have this conversation. Because if you don't have any out, I'm just gonna ask you if you like listen to a lot of albums, which I'm pretty sure you have. But like, do you have any out, or are making one right now?
I'm supposedly Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there are a lot of days.
Now,
Just believing.
Jesus intentions.
With these
Supposedly there are Bear Gun Go. I'm supposedly there are a lot of days.
Now,
Just believing.
Jesus intentions.
with these
Supposedly there are Bear Gun Go. Just believing.
terrific.
Wow, we really are capping at like, what is this? We're capping at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. That is wild for me. I don't even know where exactly to get crazy. I mean, I know exactly where I have to get crazy at 2 minutes and 3 seconds, but like, I'm not sure what I want for a bridge for this. The chord progression remains the same for so long through it. It's hard to think about. Rem says, I don't make music, but I do listen to music and is thinking of making some. Well, you've listened to music. That's all I require for you to have this conversation with me. So I say, Rem, that I've actually never put out an album. I've never released an album. I've released EPs and mixtapes and projects, but never an album. And I think that words don't really mean anything. Words are words, you know. We can redefine what an album is. We can redefine what music is all day. But it's been, hold on. It's been hammered into my brain what an album is, you know, how long an album is, what an album does, the amount of rollout, the amount of pressure that goes behind an album. I'm a house fan, and keeping it consistent is in line with that ethos. This is true. House music doesn't really have the big like switcheroo-ski in the 2 minute mark like my old other music does. I think when it comes to albums, what I think about is I think about all the times I've ever gone to the store and I bought an album from a band, or I bought an album from like the rapper that I like, or I bought an album from a pop star, or I bought an album from whoever, you know. I go and I buy an album, then I go home, I put the CD in my CD player. You know, I haven't listened to an album in a while, huh? I put the CD in the CD player and I kind of just listen. I listen cover to cover usually. I mean, when I was a little bit younger, sometimes I would skip tracks that didn't catch me right away, but you know, I would like listen to the album and I'd go, oh, well, yeah, this is the single. This is the intro. You know, this is what's the word? This is like a segue track or a transitionary track or an intermission track, you know. This is a skit. I'm not saying all albums have to have skits and intermissions, but you see what I'm saying. There's kind of like a story. You're taking on a narrative. And then there are things like mixtapes or EPs, particularly. EPs are a little bit shorter. But in that story of the album, Rem and everyone, you know, when you go and buy an album, it's kind of like, oh, this isn't necessarily the song I like, and why don't you like it? And it's like, well, because this is like the slow song on the album. I kind of like their faster stuff, so I'm going to listen to this song. Or this is the dancey song. I was listening to the latest Childish Gambino album yesterday while I was playing video games, and I was just like, this is a really good album for a lot of reasons, but also something that take into consideration is like there are like slow love songs. There's like more cerebral interpretive songs. There's, you know, your dance four on the floor like housey song. There's a more lyrical, conscious rap song. That you are giving people variety with an album, and you're taking them on a journey from point A to point B, and you kind of get to craft the experience from point A to point B. Now, wow, what a lot of words. That's how I view an album to be. Now, there is a SoundCloud. I'm not going to necessarily attribute it to SoundCloud, but when I say SoundCloud, I just mean more modern artists. There's a more modern artist approach to making and releasing music, which is grouping a lot of your songs together that fit a specific mood or vibe, right? Like, this is going to be my album where I do drum and bass, or this is going to be my album where everything's really fast. This is going to be my ambient album. This is going to be my album that's chiptune. You know, you think about a lot of artists who have changed or grown over their careers, and they will usually have an album that fits more of a vibe, whether it's because it's a genre or it's because of a time, you know, that song existed. You will have a lot of that generally. Generally, you'll have a lot of that, you know, when it comes to making music. Now, a lot of my music has done the same exact thing, where it's like, if you listen to Daydream, all of those songs kind of sound the same. You know, they're all orchestral, drum and bass, break beats faster, you know, like usually 175 and up as far as BPM. If you listen to Nice Dream, all those songs kind of sound the same. They're pretty hyper, they're dancey, they have their like breakdown, and they have their jazzy chords or whatever. But I would say that even if you take into consideration Downtown Drizzle off of that album, there's no real like slow songs. There's no slow songs. There's no like love songs. There's no like conscious lyrical songs. It's pretty basic, you know. All of them kind of fit together. This is true about all of the things. Like if you listen to Lush Dream, like people have called that lo-fi hip hop pretty much the entire way through. If you listen to Ego Death, it's ambient pretty much all the way through. And so I don't feel comfortable referring to my releases as albums because of this homogenous nature of them, right? I think that it takes a very, very skilled and experienced artist in crafting an album to make a truly varied experience when it comes to album work. Like, to be able to pull a song from Ego Death, and a song from Quick Breath, and a song from Daydream, and a song from Nice Dream, and a song from all of these different releases, and somehow make it cohesive and make sense so that people could listen to it cover to cover is actually a very difficult thing to do, which is why I usually never do it. People can make an argument that maybe Quick Breath has like one or two songs that maybe don't fit the mold and have a little bit more variation, but that's something I've started doing way recently, like much more recently have I started doing that. So I always say I don't have any albums out, and usually when it comes time to release something, I try to avoid the word album. Sometimes I'll just give up because I know most people just see a list of songs that are, 10 or more tracks and go like, oh, sick new album. But that's why I like call everything EPs and like mixtapes and projects, like that very vague word, just project. I have a new project coming out. I'll usually say things like that. All of the stuff that I'm doing right now in the stream, right? If you think about this song or you think about Dropout, a lot of these songs do have their own little families, right? Like Cyber was here, Cyber knows. Rem, you were here for some of it too. Like some of the songs, I'm gonna open up some of them after. I'm gonna make a smoothie and then I'm gonna come back and open up some of them. But I'll show you. Some of them are like more disco and funky. A lot of them are like in 125 right now. I have some more ambient chill things. I have things that are like have space for vocals, and some songs that are more housey that don't have space for vocals. And I'm mentally already like separating them and putting them into like, this will be good for this release, this will be good for this release, instead of trying to make a cohesive narrative of an album between them. I just don't feel confident. If I'm being transparent, I don't feel confident in my ability to be able to have that on an album and it not be jarring for people. If you remember, Rem, Quick Breath and Ego Death were supposed to be one album called Quick Breath Ego Death. And I ended up splitting it into two albums because I just couldn't figure out how to sequence the album properly where it wouldn't be so jarring to go from ambient to house, ambient to pop, ambient to house, ambient to R&B. I just couldn't figure out how to do it. So yeah, I'm just making music, Ram. I'm just making music for now. Maybe I'll release one of these as a single or something like that to remind everybody in the on the internet that I'm not dead yet. Because I really haven't been out there. I think I'll probably tweet something maybe next year. Sounds like a plan, right? I'll make a tweet next year. Making like 10, 12 tracks is a lot of pressure for me, says Mobtown Tokyo. Well, going in with the idea of making 10 and 12 tracks can be a little stressful, right? But I don't think about it like that, right? Like, have I ever approached music that way? Sure. But have I approached it that way more recently? Not really. Like, if I go over here to the side, right, and I go into the projects folder, and I go to the in the studio folder, which is the folder where I put all the tracks that we made in the studio. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 tracks that we've made in the stream. Are all of them like cool, complete, fun songs like this one? Not really. But they exist. And they're all well over 50% finished. And it's like, they don't all fit together. For example, this song, Scrumpty, which I gotta change the name of at some point to a la mode. This song?
I'm supposedly there.
This now.
Just believing.
What a good song. If I go from here into this song, Static. Ooh, do I want to open that, actually? Do I want to open that? I actually don't think I want to open that. If I go from that to like orbital space, right. Remember to save. If I go from that to orbital space, they were both made inside the stream. They were both made in like two different themed streams. Like this was when I was doing more like beat oriented stuff and like a lot of stuff with the microKORG. And it's like, does this fit with the song I just made? No. But it's here. I think the plan, or I shouldn't say the plan, that implies a lot more preparation. I would say that the process is like me just making a bunch of stuff, and then every now and then I'll dip over and I'll check my like sack of like whatever this is, right? Like wonky beat. I'll check my like wonky beat folder, and if my wonky beat folder happens to have like 9 tracks in it, I'm like, that sounds like a project, and then I'll like put them all out. But there isn't a lot of like premeditation going into a lot of this stuff. What is Funky Monkey? Oh, that's the thing we just made. I'm going to oh, I don't want to open Dropout. I'm not going to open Dropout because I play Dropout so much. I'm going to open Talkbox, and I'm going to go make a smoothie because I'm fading fast. So I'm going to go make a quick smoothie, and then I'll be back. But this song is very similar to Dropout in that it uses those like scatty jazz vocals that I was talking about trying to get away from. I just can't. I can't get away from them. And now instead of trying to get away from them, I'm just going to go ahead and embrace them because, I mean, everybody can have scat vocals. Scat vocals for free, baby. Free the scat vox? Free the scat vox. But I know that nobody else is necessarily going to approach it the same way that I did, so I'm just going to keep on using them if that's cool with everybody in the stream. But thank you, Rem. Thank you for that question. Thank you for being in the stream and listening to them. These songs will come out at a certain point. There's a whole practice as a producer of trying to keep things secret and like under lock and key as often as possible. But I realize most of my fans honestly do think that I fell off the edge of the earth and don't know that I'm making music. So I feel comfortable like letting you guys see whatever I'm working on now, unless an NDA has been signed, in which cases I can't really let you guys know anything. I apologize for that. I'll be back. pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop, 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 do the shuffle, do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop, 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 do the shuffle, do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Thanks, Okana. Appreciate it. Boy. Yo, how did I miss this much? Hi, T-Drop. Welcome. Did T-Drop come as soon, like, right when I left? Thank you, T-Drop. Appreciate it. Did you make these vocals? Oh, man. You missed a whole talk about these vocals. Mobtown, thank you for the jazzy piano break compliment. I did work really hard on that. It is Daydream-esque in its approach. Doing, like, little more, like, bebop jazzy things as the breaks. Okay, what? Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on things. First of all, thank you, Erwin. I appreciate it. Secondly, Mobtown says, it's weird to me that people forget he was part of Two-Tone Disco. Well, that's like a whole thing, right? That's a whole conversation. I don't think people forget that. Mobtown, no one even forgets that. But my fan base and Two-Tone Disco fan base aren't exactly the same, right? A lot of people that are fans of my music don't know Two-Tone Disco exists. And I want to assume that there's a pretty large amount of people that know what Two-Tone Disco is and just don't know what I am. And I mean, yeah, I just worked with I worked with Two-Tone Disco for a long time, making all the music, and then I left like a couple years ago now. I left in the beginning of 2019. And I'm sure Two-Tone Disco has some more new music out that I didn't make, so there's really no connection anymore. Oh man, oh my god, guys. Okay, first of all, I was out of town for a really long time, and then when I got back, I was so depressed that I haven't really been working out or eating right. Eating fruit, I haven't eaten like a fruit in a week, and this, I feel like I'm drinking like a potion at this point. Like I feel so much energy like coursing through my body right now. It's so weird. Have you thought about streaming on Twitch? Are you dedicated to YouTube? I'm pretty dedicated to YouTube, but yeah, I've streamed on Twitch before. There's a number of reasons why I prefer YouTube, but I've considered it. Oh man. Oh wow, that's great. And for the people that say like there's more potential to grow in Twitch, I don't know why people say that. I think that Twitch is really cool, but I don't know necessarily why people say that. Because whenever I talk to people about watching my stream, I feel like half of the people ask me what Twitch is or if they need to make a Twitch account, and I'm just like, oh, never mind. But if I tell people the stream's on YouTube, they're like, oh, I freaking know what YouTube is. I was on it yesterday. So, like, that's my whole thing. I feel like I have this conversation a lot where it's like the Twitch versus YouTube thing. I think Twitch is really cool, and it's like a dedicated streaming thing, right? It's not like YouTube, which is like 5 things roll into one. Twitch is like specifically for streaming. And there's a lot of people, friends of mine even, that do like a lot of production on Twitch, and it's really cool for them. But when I was on Twitch, it wasn't great for me. I feel like YouTube just makes more sense to me, and you can also grow on YouTube as well. I mean, there's people that are huge on YouTube, but I don't know. I like it here. But I totally understand, and I thank you. I know that that's coming from a good place. You just want me to grow. Oh man, this tastes so good. Since I was doing this song, Erwin and everybody, since I did this for the break, I'm just gonna break down really quickly what is happening in the song. I have the scat vocals. For somebody earlier that was asking if I made these vocals, no. These vocals are a Omnisphere patch that I play with the keyboard. For example, here's the MIDI for them. You can even see the velocity shifting down here. I just played it with my hands. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay, so that's that part. This song isn't actually that complicated, so it's really easy to break down. I'm not gonna break down any of the drums because they're just housey drums. I have the bass line, which I think is Sawyer. Yeah, it's definitely Sawyer. Oh my god, I have to use this more often. The trick also to this, saying the word trick is kind of misleading, but the technique to this is to play it by hand and don't worry about being on time. Because I'm a human, something that you'll notice about my playing is I'm never on the line, and I'm typically pretty behind the line. Like, I'm always a little bit late. And so when I'm late, I just don't fix it. You can see in a lot of these notes, I'm a little bit behind the line. You don't fix it, and then when you play it with the drums, as long as the drums are on time, it doesn't necessarily sound so bad. It doesn't sound wonky or lazy or unskilled. It just sounds human. You give it more of a human feel. And this little patch down here is called Bubbles. I don't know if anybody... Wait, who was asking about Bubbles earlier? Was that Mobtown? Mobtown, I don't know if you're still here, but this is a different bubble patch. This one? Like, it doesn't sound like Bubbles at all. I just call it that because of, you know, our cartoon expectation for what bubbles sound like, you know? All I've done is, I've automated some LFOs and cutoffs to give it that. And I messed with the curve a little bit over here to make a different one. You know, and that's thrown in there, you know, as kind of like a riser. It's right here. I hope you guys didn't see that. I just tried to like put my mouth on the microphone like it was a straw. I got confused. All right. Okay, I'm gonna break down the bridge really quick, but first, Jesse Dorsey says, I wonder since Omni samples himself if he constantly triggering the content idea on himself. I am. Every single episode of Morning Medley in the studio gets a copyright strike. It gets a copyright strike for two reasons. The first reason is because the track I play at the end of every stream is called Skylark off of my album Lush Dream, which is copyright protected, so I always get a strike for that. And then I usually will get a strike if I like open up, you know, like a nice stream song in the stream as well. What's the VST called? I want to add it to my DAW. I'm not sure how it works to be added to DAWs. The base VST is called Sawyer. Do not be... I want to say Sawyer is very, very simple. However, when I work with Sawyer, it can be a little bit misleading. Sawyer doesn't sound like that out of the box. I messed with it for quite a while to come up with that. I mean, it's like most synthesizers, Erwin, where you get it, you turn it on, everything sounds horrible. It sounds like, you know, like an 80s UFO, and then something sounds like a Casio tone from like 1997. But if you like really tweak it and you mess with it and you understand subjective synthesis, you can get some pretty solid sounds out of them. Most of the sounds, however, for Sawyer, for me, it tends to be strong when you're using like monophonic bass noises. You can get that like the thick richness, kind of emulating analog synthesizers. I wouldn't necessarily use it for like leads, I don't think. Well, actually put a pin in that. I might actually use it for a lead. Depending on the song. If I'm making like a disco song, but I wouldn't use it for like pads or anything, that's for sure. But it's called Sawyer and it's made by ImageLine. It is an FL Studio exclusive, but I feel like maybe you can like break it to put it in something else. All of the VSTs that you see me use, Erwin, except for Omnisphere and Play, East-West, are, you know, they're FL Studio VSTs. They're like stock, that like if you buy FL Studio, they come with FL Studio. Who's leaving? Oh, Cyber's leaving. Word up. Good luck with your errands, and thanks so much for being here for that long. Hey, I appreciate it. Also, again, happy birthday. I hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday, what is left of it. T-Drop says, oh, don't worry about that question. I don't answer that, T-Drop, but thank you. I saw a question before that. Mobtown says Ninja, question mark, PewDiePie, question mark, which one? Interesting. I'm gonna do a breakdown of the jazz intermission, okay? The jazz intermission really is super, super simple. The first piece is an upright bass. And the upright bass isn't doing too much. See, I even have the MIDI for it to show you exactly what it's doing. 1 note, 2 note, a lot of silence, 3 note, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then it gets a little bit jazzier. And that's nothing. That's just, you know, descending notes, right? This. Nothing wild going on there, guys. Absolutely nothing wild going on there. Once I add the piano, things get a little bit more complicated, but not much. It's still just kind of like little piano stabs, right? And you can see them. It looks a little complicated because the notes get like really small and the velocity's changing, but that's just because I can't play all the notes at the same time, so they look a little staggered, right? That's it. This part right here, though, is kind of weird because I was just trying to play chords that would correlate to those descending bass notes, and I don't even know what these chords are. They might not even be like in the key or good, but I don't know. They work. So that's all that's happening in there. And so whenever I do like jazz ensemble stuff, I'm doing upright bass, piano, upright bass, piano. We can put jazz drums around it for sure. I have like these jazz drums. Just that swingy ride. Just a really swingy ride cymbal that I put underneath a lot of the jazz stuff. Then we have our piano melody. This part is important because this actually outlives the jazz intermission. That part's only important, again, because it outlives the jazz bridge. Like, see, when we come into the jazz bridge, I do the same thing with saxophone from the keyboard, this keyboard. See, same notes, same notes. And that's really all. I mean, I could go into like a lot of minutia for sure about this track and like what exactly goes where and what's being added up, but it's really that's it. A little bit deeper in, I add some strings, so it kind of has that more disco feel. But it's not really anything new. It's just layering. The magic of layers, guys. The magic of layers. Oh God, I've fallen behind again. I suck at writing bassline, says Mobtown. Oh, the quantizing is real. Don't worry about sucking writing basslines. I suck at writing basslines. Basslines are very intimidating for me, Mobtown. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to bass lines. It was just funny because in the first band I ever performed in, I was a bass player. But it was like a rock, like, you know, like an indie rock band. I wasn't really allowed to shine, maybe for the best, because I didn't have a wild skill level. But the point that I'm making is prowess and being able to write bass lines, I'm weak at that. So I usually do the things that I'm pretty good at, like chord progressions, to make the bass line shine. If you look at a lot of my bass lines, they're actually pretty simple, but I'm playing more complicated chords around them to make the bass sound like it's doing maybe a little bit more than it's actually doing. The magic of layers, indeed, Mobtown. Okay, to be honest, the more music theory type stuff I study, the more I wish I didn't study. Now everything just starts to sound like the same stuff. Hello, Hamza. Thank you for welcoming me back. Welcome back yourself. And I'm doing okay right now. The break was more stressful than not having a break, but I'm fine now. Thank you for asking, and thank you for coming into the stream, Hamza. I appreciate you. Jesse. I'll say this really quickly and I'll move on because I feel like I say this almost once a stream now. There was a period of time where I was going to the library and I actually checked out a book on music theory, and I spent a little bit of time reading the book and even doing some of the exercises that it had me do. A lot of those exercises I've since forgotten, right? And sometimes somebody will say something in music theory terms, where they'll say like, oh, augmented fifth or something, and I'm like, dang, I think I used to know what that was. Like, that makes sense to me. That's not just foreign gibberish. That was something, right? Like, I'll remember some of this stuff, but if I take away music theory, right? Because I don't know a lot of music theory, Jesse, but there are a lot of things that I do know in music, and sometimes knowledge can, in its own way, be like oddly limiting. For example, every single time I make a house track, usually I will open up Fruity Loops and I'll go, all right, 125. Like, before I even lay a drum track, before I even hit the first chord, I'm 125. I mean, even look up in this corner. This song's at 125 because I'm trying to make that groove, you know? That's where that song is at. Let's open up Sprung. I'm not gonna save this, but I'll keep making stuff at 125 because I feel like that's where I'm supposed to be, and it becomes repetitive, and then I'll hear something else that's great, and I'm like, what BPM is it? And somebody's like, oh, it's like 147. And I'm like, whoa, really? And that, like, I'm so in a box sometimes when it just comes to like speed of a song that I won't allow myself to experiment too much because I feel like it's opening myself up for making mistakes, and I feel like maybe that same thing can also happen when learning music theory. This is another song that's at 125. Oh crap, I like this song. I might work on this actually now. Sorry, this just segued us into the next bit. Thank you, Teardrop. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Oh crap, I like that chord progression, but it doesn't necessarily fit in this song. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Music theory makes my head hurt, says Mobtown Tokyo. I just want to make beats without thinking too much. I would argue that I still think too much while making music, even without the music theory. So, same hat, Mobtown. Right there with you, like it was fun for learning how to play other people's music, but that stops feeling rewarding so quickly. I like Jesse. I like Jesse in the stream. Jesse's bared a lot. Jesse says, though, what I really need to do is just spend way more time working on music. I have a response to that, Jesse, once I get to the bottom of the chat. That's why I do lo-fi, because you don't need a crap ton of musical theory knowledge, says Mobtown Tokyo. I also have a take there as well. Just need to learn intricate chords, which I don't know because I'm 100% self-taught. Thank God FL has a built-in chord builder. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, write your stuff down, find consistency. Bam, you've made Mobtown Tokyo music theory. Okay, listen. First response. Jesse says, be fun to learning. It was fun for learning to play other people's music. As somebody that doesn't really play other people's music, that's how I've seen a lot of music theory, right? And when I say music theory, what I typically actually mean is learning how to read and write, learning how to read and write, knowing a lot of different progressions and different keys. I feel like that helps a lot if somebody's like, yo, we're going to play Blue Moon in the key of G. And then you go, I know that chord progression because I've learned a lot of standards, and I know keys because I know music theory. So let's play this other person's song. But since that's not really how I perform, it's not useful for me to know. Now, there can be tons of uses in being able to read music, but I could be saying something maybe a little bit divisive right now, in which case I apologize, but I think that the main, if not the only, goal in being able to read music is being able to understand what somebody else has made, It's like being able to read a book. Being able to read is so that you can perceive and understand somebody else's thoughts, messages, expressions. If you never really need in your own path to understand anybody else's expressions, then you don't really need to learn how to read. Now, I personally make all of my music, and I don't play a lot of covers or any, so I don't really do sheet music. You guys have heard, if you were here in the beginning of the stream, you heard that I played Happy Birthday to Cyber because it was his birthday. I don't know the sheet music for Happy Birthday. I know the melody because I learned that by ear, and then I just kind of throw random chords underneath it and call it Jazzy Happy Birthday Mix or something like that. There isn't a lot of thought that goes into that. And so I agree with you, Jesse. It is definitely cool and useful for learning other people's music, But yeah, if you're somebody that doesn't ever really want to play other people's music, you said that it stops feeling rewarding so quickly. I don't get any rewarding feeling from learning other people's music, so I suppose the rewards would never come for somebody like me. Mobtown says that's why they do lo-fi, because you don't need a crap ton of musical theory knowledge. Mobtown, as somebody that makes a lot more than lo-fi, I would argue that no like genre that I have made or even that I listen to requires a lot of music theory knowledge. Now, let's say you were making fugues. Do you know what a fugue is? Doesn't really matter. Look it up in your own time if you don't know what it is. But there are very specific things that I would not necessarily say are genres, but more so exercises, right? Like running scales or playing, composing, performing a fugue is something that maybe you would need some music theory knowledge in order to be able to do impressively or correctly. But I can't name anybody that's making fugues right now in 2020, right? Like, it's not a thing that we do that much anymore. So I wouldn't say for people to lean on lo-fi because you don't need a crap ton of musical theory knowledge. I would say that to make any genre of music, even jazz, even classical music, even some more of the complex genres, I don't think you need to know any music theory, let alone a crap ton. I don't think you need to know any. I've made a lot of different types of music, and it's not because I was employing a lot of music theory. I would say that what Jesse said earlier, which is maybe Jesse was saying as a joke, but it's actually very, very important. Jesse just says, what I really need to do is spend way more time working on music. That's it. That's it, right? You tell me to play a G minor 7 right now on the piano, I'm probably not going to be able to do it, but I can make a song. The song might have G minor 7 in it, you know. Okay. Moving on. Erwin says, imagine being the only here who likes music theory. Well, back up, Erwin. It's not necessarily that you're the only one here who likes music theory. You might be the only one here, that's a big might, that knows music theory. But I wouldn't say you're the only one here that likes it. There's a lot of really cool things to be had in music theory. It's just you are talking to a lot of people who didn't go to music school, you know? So it's not that we don't like it. It's just the thing wasn't necessarily, you know, fed to me. There's a lot of things that I know, Erwin, because of school that I do like, but I don't really employ a lot, like art history. I spent a lot of time on art history, and boy, is that information not at all useful to me right now. Okay, just practicing art while watching. Today is a good day, says Umbe. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you also have a good weekend as well whenever we get out of here. I can't read sheet music, says Mobtown. I'm an ear learner. Same, Mobtown, although that's fine. This local artist I know, says Jesse, talked about it. Though his work is sculpture, someone asked him who he studies. His response was along the lines of, I don't really get into theory and why I work, I just work. And Mobtown Tokyo relates to this. People always forget the music predates the theory. I used to say that all the time. I think if you go back and look at like Morning Medley number 6 or something like that, I always used to say that. Like, the theory comes later, guys. Somebody came up with the theory of relativity after relativity exists. Somebody came up with the equation for gravity after people were stuck to the planet, you know. It's not like before somebody came up with the the equation for gravity, people were like flying all over the place. People were like, gravity still existed. People just didn't necessarily understand the rules and functions that, you know, one could use to equate how it like works for specific objects, you know, how it works on everything around the world. Which somebody could argue, you don't need to necessarily know the equation for gravity to be able to do like a kickflip or a backflip or jump, jump or get out of bed, but you are defying gravity and using it in your day-to-day life all the time, right? All the time. I got out of bed this morning. I use gravity to play piano a lot of times. You ever use the weight of your hands instead of your own strength when moving around the piano? You probably do it subconsciously. Anyways, point is, I'm getting way sidetracked here. The point is, you don't need it. You don't need it. It could help, and I encourage everybody to always seek out, knowledge. It doesn't have to be taught in a classroom, right? music theory is something that Adam Neely made a pretty good video about music theory, but music theory is something that we think of as like the theory of music, you know, like it explains all music, but it doesn't. It just doesn't, right? Like music theory is very specifically like a Western European, you know, like our music theory. Like if you take like a jazz course about jazz theory, and then you go and try to apply a lot of those rules to, I don't know, like some music from India, or you try to apply it to some music from like real like folk like cultural music from like Guam, it's probably not going to add up. It's not going to make sense, and that's because you're just learning one thing, you know, from one region of the planet. It's not like it is to explain all music. And there is no reason Mobtown or Jesse or Umbe or Irwin or anybody in the stream, there's no reason why your own personal theory is less valid than that that was employed by John Coltrane or Quincy Jones or Beethoven. You know, there's no, we all have our own theory. And in the idea of like me going into these songs, the way I chop up Plunderphonics, what song am I in right now? Oh, I'm in this one. The way I chop up Plunderphonics vocals is my own personal theory, right? It's how I have gotten accustomed to chopping up vocals. If you listen to any other Plunderphonics person, if you listen to And the Blue Shirt, who is great by the way, and you should listen to. If you listen to Day Day Mouse, also great, and you should listen to. If you listen to Pogo, I would not recommend you listen to this person. If you if you listen to any of those three people, they all make plunderphonic music, right? They all make plunderphonics, and they're all going to have very, very differing theories behind why and how they make the choices creatively that they make. The only difference between music theory, you know, the umbrella, people going to like Berkeley, you know, School of Music, the only difference between that and ours is that is like more of a prescribed solution to something. It's kind of like how there isn't just one way to lose weight, right? There isn't one way to get in shape. People like to say like, you need to eat this or you need to work out this way, but the fact of the matter is we're not all the same. You know, it takes different things for different people. The same thing is true for anything in life, you know, and music is not exempt from this. I would say that like music theory, like Western music theory, would be the equivalent of like the Atkins diet or whatever like America's proposed diet is that everybody follows. But if you went and you talked to people who are actually in shape and you looked at their workout regimen, it's probably not something that you're going to be able to find in a book. Everybody has their own, you know, way about going about things, and that doesn't make it invalid if it gets them to the, I want to say, the result or the eventuality that makes them happy and makes the people around them happy with it, you know? And I'm not exactly using Western European theory for this, right? When I go into a song, you're probably not going to hear me say like, ooh, a flat 9, you know, add a sharp 11th or something like that to this chord. You're probably not going to hear me say that. I might play those things, but you're not going to hear me say that at all.
Every time you ground hog. Every time you like ground hog.
Wait, hold on. Jesse's Wait was art history. I took art history in college, Jesse, and I loved that course. One of the reasons I love that course is because I'm pretty good at just memorizing things, and a lot of the tests were just memorizing dates. You didn't really have to care about the course. But honestly, one of the main reasons I cared about the course so much, and I actually enjoyed the course, is because talking about artists, we're talking about different movements, we're talking about how far apart some of these people were. A lot of time, oh my god, this is so stupid. This has nothing to do with the music. Mellow Out is a very good track, by the way, Mobtown. But something to think about when it comes to classical artists, and this works also for musicians, guys, is a lot of times they get compressed historically. And when I say compressed historically, I mean that a lot of people kind of think that Beethoven and Mozart and Chopin were all just kind of like hanging out with like Tchaikovsky, because they think of like all classical music as happening in the classical music period. But a lot of these people were hundreds of years apart from each other. You know, some died and they never got to meet the other one. Some of them weren't exactly close. Some of them aren't even making the same types of music. And this happens also with like painting, a lot of people think of, they just think of like, oh, old classical painters. Oh, like Leonardo da Vinci. Oh, love that. Like, great stuff. Like, I love Picasso, and they don't take a moment to realize that a lot of these people were so far removed from each other, both stylistically and just like when they were alive. And so I think that that's why I liked the course a lot, because it made me think about how we are going to become historically compressed, right? When somebody thinks back to whatever, analogous time period we're in, if people are going to think back and be like, oh yeah, like the Beatles and, Michael Jackson and Britney Spears and Drake, I wonder if we're also going to get compressed. I think it's inevitable, but that was one of the more interesting things about the course to me, and that was completely irrelevant from what I'm doing right now in the stream, so I apologize for that. I'm glad that everybody on the stream likes In the Blue Shirt. They're very, very cool. They're very cool. I would say that In the Blue Shirt and me used to be like in the same music scene in like 2015, 16. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I freaked out for a second. I saw the time thing and it said 4:42, and I thought that I had gone an hour and 40 minutes over my scheduled stream time. But I'm cool. Okay, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna get back to this song, doing like the plunderphonics thing really quick as soon as I get to the bottom. Oh, I'm into that. Jesse. I mean, the samples. Yeah, the samples can be whatever. I hope that comes across when listening to this. And something that I've as an older habit of mine that I'm not exactly sure if I want to break or not is if you just look at the screen, you guys can all see Fruity Loops in front of me. I have a track here called Phonics, right? This is just the name of this track, and if you actually look at it, it contains all of the vocal play, right? Like, it contains all of the vocal play for the entire track, the entire song. And if I solo it out, it'll play all that stuff.
Every time.
All these samples are not from the same thing, They're from a variety of different movies, different things, or different quotes, but I have them all saved to the same track, which makes it very, very hard when it comes to, like, making one word quieter than the other or panning one word to the left, because there's no separation. It's like one big fat sample. And what I want to do is eventually get to the point to where I can export this. I talk about this whole difficulty that I and a lot of producers actually have with exporting MIDI to waves, because when you export something from MIDI to waves, you basically are forfeiting your ability to be able to edit it at all from that point forward. It just becomes a solid wave, kind of like this bass line over here. Like, there's nothing I can do to this bass line to change it now. It's kind of set in stone. I can, like, slow it down, pitch it a little bit, but I can't really change the notes, for example. And so saving something to wave is kind of like a form of commitment. People usually don't like doing it. But eventually, through my computer being reformatted or whatever, files getting deleted or moved around, I probably won't have the sample of the entire scene from Groundhog Day. Like, in these samples are an entire scene, the audio from the movie Groundhog Day. Also, I use the entire scene from the movie Three Ninjas. And maybe one day I don't have those specific waves to source these sound chops. And so it benefits me or any other producers out there to render things as a wave, so you can have a unique waveform for it.
Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time.
I want something in there. Whoa, why is it so loud now? You guys hear how loud that string was? That's not normally supposed to be that loud. This? Something's wrong. That's off. Oh, it's being sent to the wrong channel. It should be not there. Wait, hold on. Oh, it should be in 14. I don't know how that happened, huh? worry about it, Mobtown. That's not copying off of me. And also, Umbe, I mean, I never safety bounce. That's why I lose entire tracks. I don't know if you were in the studio stream from 4 weeks ago, but I lost an entire song after working on it for 20 minutes because I just didn't save. And I did pretty good on that ARP.
Every time.
Wow, that's really interesting. I'm gonna go back really quickly to boom, 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 Funky Monkey if nobody has any questions. Dang, but yeah, the Mo Sislak line did do better in Spronk than it did in the Funky Monkey track, so I think that I'm gonna forfeit it from the Funky Monkey track. Sorry, Mo Sislak. See, now I don't love that anymore. Is it the BPM? Is that what it's like? Sounds old to me. It doesn't light a fire in my soul anymore. I gotta figure out. I mean, it did sound better at 125, 129. I don't want this, so I'm gonna go ahead and move these down. But I do like just that like simple. Maybe trying not to go. I'm trying not to go obviously for the swing. Because I usually will do like a swing hi-hat in there. You guys know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Ugh. Nothing's more insulting than like listening to a poorly recorded sample. Oh my god. I'm looking for... There we go. Oh! I'm stupid. Okay, hold on. I like. Sorry, I like this. I like the simplicity of this drum. Wow, that's funny that I started the stream with this idea and then it just didn't progress. But now I'm finally getting something for it. I'm going to loop this. I'm just gonna do some piano improv, looking for some chords or melodies. Might not find anything, but just keeping you guys in the know. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh, I meant to ask, is there anybody... Does anybody have experience with NPCs? Like, have you used them? Have you used them? Do you like them? Drum machines, anything like that? Anybody? Do you feel like it's a pretty important part of your workflow, Mobtown? NPC, or when like mailman. I actually don't know what NPC stands for. Oh my god, does anybody know what NPC stands for? I actually have no idea. Music Production Center? That sounds so... It doesn't sound as dope as I was preparing myself for, but that's fine. You would say that it's a pretty important part of your workflow? Like, would you say if asked to make a song without your NPC or without your drum machine, would you say that you would, I don't want to say struggle, but like you would be like, I kind of would prefer to have the thing here though. Like, this is going to be harder without it. Is that how you feel? It's been most of my workflow when I worked with people, but it was also the first thing I ever touched in a studio. Oh. How fast can I, or whoever's around, get an idea down? Oh. This is actually really informative to me. This might seem like an innocuous question to you guys, but I like having a hands-on experience as Mobtown and drumming, so I don't need to quantize a bunch of stuff. I have a friend, very talented hand drummer, goes by wow. Can't remember his username or his stage name because I'm trash. I'll look it up soon. But I played a show with him. Wait, I have my show flyers up. He goes by. What year was this? This is 2019. 2019 poster. Korea. He goes by Kobe, I think, is just no. Yeah, he just goes by Kobe. Anyways, Coby. That might be hard to find, but he plays like MIDI fighters and a bunch of other like cool stuff. He's an amazing hand drummer. And he said that, you know, in so many words, he was just like, yeah, I just like having a more like clicking out notes is not as fun for me. I prefer to like drum things because I feel like I can get a more like I can get in a rhythm. I can fall into a rhythm or a feel, a zone, a pocket, whatever you want to call it. And I get that, right? Because, I mean, you guys come into streams. You don't see me click out, you know, chords a lot of the time. Mostly I'll go to the piano and just, like, fill them out. Now, there are times where I'll fill out chords, usually when I'm doing, like, string arrangements or woodwind arrangements. But if I'm just trying to play out something, I'll usually go to one of my keyboards and I'll bust out the chords there. Or like, a lead or something like that. I'll, like, hum it in my head and then figure it out on the piano. And then I'll record it. More hands-on, as Mobtown put it. And I am not a good finger drummer. Which is why usually when I'm finger drumming in my videos, it's like very basic stuff. I just haven't spent a lot of time expanding on that skill because I feel like that skill doesn't come in handy for me as much because I usually am making songs full-time. I very rarely am making songs half-time, and I feel like hand drumming and articulations are, and this could be divisive, but I feel like they're more so used in half-time things. Usually for making like a house song, I'm not really trying to impress anybody with my ability to go like boom, boom, like I can't, like there's really nothing going on there. So I usually don't hand drum those in. Plus, usually for house drums, you don't really want them all the time to have a superhuman feel when it comes to where the kick and the snare, the clap is placed. Maybe for the hi-hats or something like that, or like shakers, whatever. Peripheral percussion, as I usually call it. To be honest, though, I think everyone says Jesse. Using the MPC and hip-hop is the reason why people like Scott Storch really took off. This dude has a piano. Oh. Wow. I should have started this conversation a lot earlier with somebody like Jesse here. Yeah. I have a very similar take on artists who I will not name because I'm not trying to, you know. I mean, we can name Scott Storch because like he's never gonna work with me, but like I don't want to come off disparagingly, but in the DJ scene, a lot of people use, you know, CDJs or use turntables, and I for a lot of time was panned when it came to booking because I would, you know, show up with this. I would show up with like a laptop and like 3 keyboards and an interface and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, where do I set up? And people are just like, yo, you gotta learn how to DJ, bro. Like, you gotta learn how to use CDJs. Like, nobody wants to deal with all this stuff because it's just too much. You're like a headache to book. The clubs don't like you. Nobody really likes you running around in here. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I didn't change, but I just stopped getting booked for shows. And then a few artists who will remain nameless would start DJing with like a keyboard, and they would call it like, oh, so-and-so live setup or so-and-so live. And they were just like, oh my God, these guys are really changing the game. They're doing so many really cool things. Like this person brought a like drum pad. They've got like drumsticks and they're banging on there. This person brought a MIDI fighter and they're doing like light show stuff on there. This person brought like this keyboard. This person did this. And people are like, oh my God, they're so talented. How can they be playing instruments in 2018? Wow. And I remember feeling really like honestly sour about it because I was just like, wow, I was like doing that. And it made it harder for me to get booked. But now all of a sudden showing up with just a keyboard made you like the Mozart of the EDM world. And I was like, man, this sucks. This is trash. Seeing DJs move away from turntablism is nice. Yes. For the world and for the scene and for the industry, it is nice that people are starting to be a little bit more innovative with how they perform live, you know? You can go to oh my God. What a tangent. You can go to shows all day, you know, and see bass guitar, lead vocals, drummer, you know, the general composition of a band. And then I remember when my band in 2010 was starting to play a lot of shows, I was playing keyboard in the band, and that was weird in that scene that we were in. Like, lots of bands have keyboardists for sure, but in that particularly punk rock area, me having a synthesizer and playing leads and stuff like that, what did make us, different than the other bands that were there. However, it was, now if you go and see a band, they're not always going to have the same type of setup. It's not as simple as just bass guitar, drums, and vocals. You get all kinds of things, But I agree with Jesse that seeing DJs and just any artist move away from whatever the industry standard is and try to innovate is always really fun. But I remember just feeling weird about it because it was a reason why I couldn't get booked, and then suddenly people were getting booked for it, and I still wasn't. And I was like, what the heck? What gives? What do I got to do? Rim says, I found a song in my recommended, and it's an Omni remix, but it's 8 years ago. Are there more? Oh, Rim is talking about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air remix. Are there more remixes from 8 years ago? Yeah, probably. I don't know where the heck you found that. Maybe YouTube or something, but yeah, the thing is, Rim, I'll say this, not promise I'm going to get back to improving on this so I can figure out a chord progression before we run out of time. But when I was getting started making music, I was just putting things on the internet, I wasn't releasing with a label. I wasn't releasing with a collective. I wasn't getting art done all the time for everything. I wasn't touring an album. I was just putting things on the internet as soon as I finished them. I was like, I don't know what a rollout is, so this thing sounds done, and I would export to MP3, not even WAV. I would export from FL Studio to MP3, and then I would immediately drag that into the web browser and just upload it to something and be like, all right, it's out, guys. There was no real thought that went into releasing music. So there are a lot of random Katy Perry Omni Boy remix, or Britney Spears Omni Boy remix, Owl City Omni Boy remix, Blink 182 Omni Boy remix. There's a lot of those just floating in the internet somewhere. I don't really remember when and how they came out, but they do exist. Sometimes I'm surprised at what people are able to find. Oh boy. I feel like the sounds people want to hear at a lot of venues are still very turntable based, says Umbe, unless you slap chords over your 200 BPM dance tracks or whatever. I think that, wow, this conversation. Okay, I think, Umbe, a lot of that has to do with where you are, right? Are you in the Midwest? Are you on the East Coast? Are you in the South? Are you on the West Coast? Are you in the Northwest? Are you in South Korea? Are you in Hawaii? Are you in London? Yeah, clubs want to hear a lot of different things. But when I think of clubs, I don't necessarily, when I hear you say turntable based, what I'm hearing is DJ portrayed, right? When people are in a club, they typically don't like to be challenged by the music they're hearing. Usually they're there to club. They're there to have a good time, and the music is just kind of the background for that. They don't want a lot of breaks between songs. They don't want a lot of speed jumps between songs. They don't want songs that are difficult to dance to or difficult to talk over or whatever. You're supposed to be setting a vibe typically in a club, typically. And so, do I play on turntables? No. Am I a DJ? Not really. But when I perform in clubs, I usually will take a lot of my songs that are similar BPMs so that the transitions are kind of smooth, and I will play more of my dancier music as opposed to saying Spring Street or Love Letters or Immortal. I'm not going to play my super experimental ambient jazzy stuff. I'm going to lean more into stuff like the song that I'm trying to make right now. So I feel you on that, Umbe. But even within that constraint, you can be surprised. I played at a place called, what was it called? Circus. I played at a nightclub called Circus in Tokyo. Those people were down to hear anything, and I really wish I had gone into that show knowing that that was true, because I definitely went into the show preparing a DJ friendly set, and then I saw what some of the other artists are doing, and I was like, oh crap, I really could have came in here and wild out and they would have still supported it. But yeah, it ranges from place to place. I got a live stream how tedious the Launchpad X is to be compatible with FL Studio. I'm sorry to hear that, Mobtown. Not something that I've ever used before. From watching, I think people really just want to see the turntables. That looks like proper DJing. Word up, Jesse. Probably that could probably be it. One reason if I ever get offered to play live that I would deny it most likely, said Mobtown. Oh. Yeah, I mean it's a multifaceted issue. The thing that I see is it's usually the people in the crowd really just want good music. You know, at the end of the day, they want good music, and if that's Cut Copy or that's Daft Punk or if it's me or if it's Divio or if it's Nelward or if it's In the Blue Shirt, doesn't really matter. Like the people want good music, and typically in a club setting, they want things to be portrayed as DJ sets, which is just like continuous music with very minimal talking and engagement from the performer. Whereas, you know, if I'm playing like with bands, you know, you stop and you talk to the crowd, you stop between songs, you engage with them. It's more of like a, here are curated pieces that I have made. Whereas in a DJ set, you're kind of just like, here are things I think I want you to hear. I think that you guys might want to hear these things, you know. It's different. And I feel like where I am as far as a live act is somewhere of a hybrid between the two. I play people things that I think that they would like and things that I think that would help the night and help the overall vibe, whether that vibe is dancey or aggressive or excited or chill. But I just happen to have a pretty strong emphasis behind all of the songs being by me. I'm not going to get up there and play somebody else's music. And so it causes me to have like more of a wide discography, which is why I have a wide discography. Because as I mentioned before, that was right after the 1/Million tour, so 2018. In 2018, I played a set that was 2 hours long, guys, and it was all chill. It was a chill set. There was no dance music. I was playing at basically like an art gallery that I had been booked for because I had worked with some of the artists that were showing their work. And yeah, I did that. I played that thing, and it was 2 hours, and it was very long, but it was still all original music. I just played 2 hours of original chill music that I had. I mean, Lust Dream itself takes up more than an hour, so. Lust Dream is 100 minutes long, so like an hour and 20. Like, it's just an hour and 20, and then I just, like, improv'd on piano over some beats that I made. It was chill, but the fact of the matter is, you know, I go in with both mindsets. I'm trying to cater to the people there, make sure the audience is happy, but also staying true to myself and that I'm only playing music that I care about, that I made, and not necessarily putting on somebody else's track. Oh, boy. This is true, Mobtown. At the end of that entire conversation, just varies from person to person, venue to venue, artist to artist, crowd to crowd. Sorry I've been so quiet, guys. I'm like... I don't know. I was like lost in a pattern. I haven't even been like, oh man, I like broke my workflow. I haven't even been saving and naming these things. I don't know what any of these things are. Whoa, something, was it the BPM? Something got like shifted. Yeah, it wasn't that. What was it? Yeah, then it like falls out of time. These down here. Hold on. Oh, what? Are you serious? Was it 129 BPM? Did I do that? It was 129 for some reason. I don't know. That delay is gonna make it be so messy. Just hold out that last note for a little bit longer. I just like looked over at the side. Oh, hi, by the way, guys. I just looked over at the side, like where it says Funky Monkey, like all these samples. These are like all the takes that I. That's the one thing I don't really necessarily like about Fruit Loops. I'm sure there's a way to fix that, but it's like every single time I have a bad take, instead of going in and like erasing it individually after each take in order to not to like crush my workflow, I keep going, and then it just ends up being like all these freaking samples that I don't want or need. Just doing something weird. Ignore me. Just putting a limiter on everything and side chaining everything to the kick because I haven't done this in a little while. Oh my god. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh my god. It's like giving me anxiety just looking at it. Okay, where's my slicer channel? Will it let me do that? Ah! Oh, sorry. It did let me do that, but boy, should it have not have let me do that. Yo, you gotta wake up, bro. It like doesn't. It doesn't want to be chill with me right now. Can't link it to velocity. Hold on. Sorry, ignore that sound. Oh my god. Oh, you're right, Cyber. It has been over 6 hours. Hold on. I'm just like in the middle of. When am I not in the middle of something? Do. It should start there. Oh. Okay, no problem. what Grossbeat has to say about this. Is this a new production? Yeah, this was actually technically the song that we started with. It was a song that we started with the stream with. It's just I ended up going back and revisiting it and changing the BPM from 125 to 129 and doing a select few other things to it. Oh my goodness. Calm down out there. Calm down, everybody. It's not a race. Ew. I don't like it. I don't like it. But, you know what I do like that's not gross beat? Yo, there's a filter that I got. It like came for free with like a purchase of some vocal editing software I bought, and it's like extremely taxing on my CPU. Like I hate using it. How strange. That. I can data mine this later. But yeah, this was the thing we started the stream with. Funky Monkey. I do really like it. As you can see, or maybe you can see, I don't have any of these things saved and named, which makes me a little uncomfortable because the next time I open this up, so next week, next Friday, I'm going to have to do a lot of cleaning, but at least it'll be something to mess around with. I do like the kind of chill. I like where everything's sitting. I like all of this. All very quality. Okay. It has, as Cyber says, been 6 hours, so I should start going over the news. Okay. So, oh my god. We do have to do the review still. Okay, so the cool thing about this is just an arrangement of something I already made. So, we started the stream with this. Oh, I have to change the BPM really quick. So, we started the stream with this. Oh, I do still like this. Crap, this one was fun. So the reason that we ended up deleting that is because it has the same chord progression as the song Dudes, that Plunderphonic song. And so I made a new arrangement of it at the very end of the stream, which is this. Let me bump it back up to 129. there's that. We ended up changing it to that. Some other things that we messed around with in the stream is the song Dudes, the one I was just talking about, that has the same chord progression as the initial arrangement of the song I was just working on, the one we started the stream with. I ended up trying to remember what I did add to that. It wasn't the most Lizalek thing. Oh, I added a lead to the very end. So this song.
Every time
Oh damn.
groundhog.
God.
Every time groundhog. Every time groundhog.
So this song, towards the end, once the strings leave, it introduces this saxophone, the sax section. Right?
God.
Every time groundhog.
God.
Every time groundhog.
Right here.
Every time groundhog.
God.
Every time groundhog.
God.
And so that's what I added to that song. It was just a little staying on the end for the lead, and then we also worked on Sprung ? I actually don't think we did. I opened up Sprunk, but we didn't end up doing that because I still have to add vocals to this. But this song is going to have vocals. This one. Very regressive, reminiscent of a sound I have since Left Behind. See Twinkle Brown Sugar. See Twinkle Bang Bang. See any of my songs with the word twinkle in it, and you'll hear something that sounds like that. The other song was Scrumpty. Scrumpty is the song some of you guys may recognize as the track that has Cyber's voice in it. It's the one that Cyber contributed a sample to. In the Discord, I have a specific thread or a server for submitting samples. Somebody submitted a sample of Mo Sislek from The Simpsons talking, and so I ended up adding that to this song. I'm gonna quickly play the section that has the Mo Sislek sample. The Mo sample is this, by the way. I'm gonna play it on its own so you can hear what that sounds like. Get out of there.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific.
That's the entire sample. I mean, I did chop it up, so I used the I gotta tell you part in the middle, and I used the this is pretty terrific part at the end. What a great sample.
I'm supposedly their ally.
This now is Jesus in my
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly their bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally. What day is this?
this now
Just believing.
Jesus in attention. These
Supposedly their bear gun go. Just believing. Can we believe?
Terrific.
Yo, Cyber, this might be like my new like dropout. Like this might be the new song, the new dropout song. Dropout being like a song that I started in the stream a while ago, guys, that I ended up really liking, and sometimes I just ended up coming back to even though I didn't add anything. This might be that now.
I'm
Sick.
supposedly their ally.
this now
Just believing.
Jesus in my
Undivided.
these
I'm supposedly bear gun go. Just believing.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly their ally. What day is this?
this now
Just believing.
Jesus in attention. These
Supposedly their bear gun.
You know what this this song reminds me of? This song reminds me of all those like really stupid like video collages that people would put together to electro swing. Remember what would be like an electro swing song happening, and then it's like a lot of like 50s cartoons, and all of the visuals are like sped up, like the video's playing in like 2 times or sometimes even like 4 times, and it's like chipmunks running around or like a building being built by a crane. That's what I see when I listen to this song.
I'm supposedly their outlaw.
Okay, so then we went to that song, and I added the scat vocals, and I also added the Mo Sizlak sample. There's one more thing that I'm missing. There's one more thing I'm skipping. Sprunk Dude, Scrumpty, Funky Monkey. I gotta come up with better names. We opened up Talkbox and explored that for a little bit, but I didn't add anything to it. I think that's everything. I didn't even work in Cirrus. Wow, this is actually pretty cool. This is cool. I've officially gotten to the point to where the stream, the 6 hours is taken up by so much new music that I forget to dip into older songs. So... cool. I mean, I'm sorry for anybody that wanted me to dip into the other Plunderphonic stuff like Cirrus. I know that's a big one. That has that's the one that has the what's it called? It's the one that has the Embrace sample in it. And it ends up with like the distorted piano thing. This song. Yeah, I didn't even like get to dig into that song, or that other one that has the weird triplet sample. We won't get into that. Anyways, that's the review. Now it's time to go over a little bit of news. Guys, I was gone for the previous week. I am back. This is like the I'm back stream. So Monday streams are going to resume as normal, with the morning medleys, with the Monday through Thursday being over there on the piano by the window, and then the Friday one being the 6-hour production stream. There isn't anything else new to share. I still haven't returned to Twitter or Instagram. For those of you that don't know or that do know and just were wondering if it was over yet, I took a break from Twitter and Instagram this summer, like back in June, July, and I just haven't been back yet. It's one of those things where the longer I stay away from it, the harder it is to get back into it. Plus, like, it's not a great place for me anyway. I don't know what your guys' feeds look like right now. My feeds don't look dope, so I haven't really been participating much in that place online. I've given myself kind of like a weird deadline of maybe after I just get through these next 2 months, so like 2021, I'll be back. I just don't feel like it. But that break is continuing. As far as shows, I feel like I don't even need to get into that because shows aren't happening unless you're in Florida. I am not in Florida, so shows aren't happening. I'm not going to be playing any shows anytime super soon. It looks like I'm just going to be keeping to myself and carrying on the streams. You made the right move to get away from it. It makes me sad though, Cyber. I feel you. Sometimes I look back on Twitter and like what's happening there, particularly now, and I'm just like, I'm actually kind of glad that I'm not on it. Doesn't seem like the best place for me right now, but it is hard because like a lot of people don't come into these streams, or a lot of people don't pay it, and this is like my only existence right now on the internet. Like if you're looking for new Instagram videos or tweets or something like that, or engagement or Facebook posts, I just don't, like, they don't exist. It's literally just my YouTube streams. So it's good, but it's also kind of sad for people that are just like, yo, is Omniboy dead? Because there really is no way for them to know if I'm still active or okay outside of these streams. But yeah, there are shows down there. Ghastly played a show in Orlando, I think last week or something. But I'm not going to get into that. Go ahead and read up on that if you want to in your own spare time. I'm sure there's a Twitter storm about that as well. But yeah, I've kind of been away from those things. I've also haven't been super active as far as like responding to like line messages and stuff like that. I'm trying to be a little bit more active in the Discord. If you are not in the Discord and want to be, let me know in the chat and I can post a link to it before we end. But I'm trying to be a little bit more active in that. And again, for anybody that is looking to get their samples put into the songs or even tried, because it's like there's no guarantee that I can use the entire thing. You saw how I took an entire Simpsons quote and just used like a few words from Mo Sizlak, or like Cyber sent me I want to say a minute and a half to 2 minutes of audio, you know, and I only used I'm supposedly and a la mode, really. That's like I used a very, basically what I'm saying is I used a very small amount of what Cyber sent. So if you're going to send a vocal sample, you're worried about it not sounding good, you're worried about the quality being bad or me not using the whole thing, don't worry about it. Don't take it too seriously. I don't even care if you take a sample of yourself just reading the back of a cereal box or anything. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But it always is nice to have the stuff to include in the streams. Maybe hopefully make you guys feel included too, because I mean I can't make music with every single person in the stream, but yeah, if somebody gives me something, I can try to use it. So if you're in the Discord, just a reminder that there is now a designated place to post the samples that you want to have used in the Morning Medley Friday, and I am going to be spending a little bit more time in the Discord talking or trying to talk to you guys and keep things organized and keep you up to date with whatever is going on with me. I think that is all as far as like immediate news. Also, guys, I do have a lot of music out. I opened up one of the songs earlier in the stream because Mobtown wanted to know how I made a specific like bubble popping noise. That song was called Bubblebee. It's off of the EP called Nice Dream. Nice Dream is a part of a series of releases. First Nice Dream, then Love Dream, then Speed Dream, then Daydream, and then Lush Dream. All of those, as well as the unrelated releases that I have, Tall Tales, Signals, and House of Omni, can be heard on SoundCloud, Bandcamp, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Google Play, Amazon MP3, Tidal, Groove, Deezer, Pandora, Napster, and YouTube. So we're on YouTube right now. So I actually have a specific playlist of like videos and songs that I've made on YouTube. It's just on YouTube. You can check that out also if you get a chance. Worked pretty hard on those. I completely forgot about when I was supposed to continue those. They were a list of or a weekly release of songs that I was only going to be releasing while we were in quarantine, but that seems to have been extended a lot longer than I think I had the creative juices to sustain. So it has been kind of like dead in the water right now. But there are 8 songs up, so go listen to those whenever you get a chance. I'm going to go ahead and play Hush Hour. While I play Hush Hour, which is usually the last piece of music I perform in the stream, you can ask any last-minute questions or say anything that you want to say before the end of the stream, and I'll try to address all of them before we close up. But here's Hush Hour. I need the track to be armed for me to play it. That song's called Hush Hour. That is the final piece of the stream. Whew. Yeah, if I was still making quarantines now, it would be pretty wild. It would be too many songs. And nobody would appreciate them. Maybe it's good that I stopped at 8, so people can appreciate. People haven't even listened. That's the thing. That's the thing that's important, Cyber. People that come into the streams haven't even heard all 8 quarantunes. So, what a wild waste of time for me to keep making them. Okay. Omni, are we gonna see an Omni Claus in December? No. What? That is funny. That I always say, I feel like I'm like cursing myself by saying it out loud, but I say, you know, every year there's gonna be a few people that ask about Omni Claus. So the thing is, Rem, Omni Claus hasn't happened for a very long time, and I canceled it, right? Like when Omni Claus was still happening, I told everybody. I posted on Twitter, posted on Instagram, posted on Facebook, like so many times. I was like, yo, there's no more Omni Claus. This is the last year, everybody. Just so you know, this is the last year that I'm doing this. I'm moving. I'm no longer going to be in this house. And I just, you know, I would like to move on and not do this anymore. This was a fun phase for me, but I'm over it. And everybody said, okay, we get it, Omni. Stop posting at places. We get it. And I was like, yeah, but I feel like people are going to ask for it next year. So I'm going to keep spamming everybody and telling them, hey, this is over. This is done. People said, yes, we get it. We get it. It's over. People were so annoyed at me saying that it was the last one that people didn't even like it. People were just like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then, sure enough, next year, people came by that maybe were new or just didn't see those posts and were like, yo, how come there isn't an Omni Claus this year? You forgot to post it. And I'm just like, no, it's over. So it's not even new. It's not even newly over. For example, I've lived in LA for 6 years, and I've never made one since I've been here. I'm done. I'm done with it. But I look back favorably on it. There was a lot of things, Rem, that I used to do. I used to do, I mean, some of them are embarrassing. Some of them aren't. I used to do a lot of like glow stringing videos. I don't know if you know what that is, but like I would just like buy glow sticks and like attach them to the end of like shoelaces and do like poi and stuff like that. I used to make like tutorial videos on how to do specific moves with glow stringing. Ugh. Raves used to be something, huh? Anyways, I used to do a lot of stuff like that, and I just there came a time, Rem, and everyone, when I said, and I didn't quit it all at once, but there came a time where I was like, you know what? I want to focus on music content. Like when I post a video, I want it to be me making or performing music. When I have a stream, I want it to be of me talking about or making or playing music. When I post a joke on Twitter, I want it to be rooted in me making or performing music. And you know, there's a lot of people that walk that fine line very, very well between comedy and music. But I feel like I ended up somewhere along the line becoming more 80% music and 20% comedy. Whereas I used to be the exact flip of that, where it was like most of the content I posted online, Ram, were like jokes, like thought out like skits. Like I would do skits and video jokes on the internet a lot. And then I was like, oh, I don't want people to ever like approach me in my life and go like, oh, you're the funny meme guy, right? I want people to like go like, oh, music man. And so there is no Omni Claus this year. I'm sorry. I don't take them down though, right? Like I have taken down quite a bit of my old video content, but I leave those up because it's like, yeah, it's pretty nice. It's like a indicative of the times, right? So I haven't taken it down so people can still enjoy those old videos. But yeah, just there is no new ones going up, Ram. But thank you for looking at those. Thank you for digging back. I don't know how far back you had to dig or if it was somehow the first thing you saw when you searched me, but thank you for watching those. A friend of mine who found your music through Dispersal, maybe SoundCloud or something, so he did appreciate your highly edited videos. Thanks, Cyber. Can you thank your friend for me? Can you thank them? I don't know who they are in the Discord. Can you please thank them? Or tell me who they are in the Discord so I can thank them personally. I really do appreciate that because I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to video editing. It definitely is not like my primary thing like music production is. So I'm like swimming in there. So anybody that appreciates that, I do appreciate them. That's wild. I feel like right now, again, I've said this before in the stream, but I feel like right now, like the way like beat videos and like music videos on Twitter work, it's kind of like there is a template, right? There is a template. I can't think of who the first person I saw do videos in that template, because the weird thing is it wasn't the Count, but I feel like the Count was somebody who got the most recognition for it, and so a lot of people made quote-unquote Count style videos where, you know, I don't want to go and explain it in words. It kind of won't do it justice. You kind of just have to see a Count video. Making videos specifically like that of like beat creation and song creation became pretty popular on Twitter this year. And I feel like I felt weird because that's how my old videos used to be, and then I gradually graduated into like making more highly edited videos with like angles, and like I'm actually like working with video editing software now. And I feel like the second I started going like full effort, it became very cool and appreciated to be more like low effort visually. And so I do appreciate him for even noticing the amount of effort I put into editing my videos, because boy is that a nightmare. Thank you guys. We have gone way over half an hour over the deadline of the stream, but I mean, with me having a week away, I feel like this is appropriate, right, to run a little bit over. So thank you everybody. I hope that's it. I hope that was all the questions. Sorry, Mobtown says, do you have a preferred BPM range for samples? I mean, I prefer talking samples, and I don't even know how you talk at a BPM. If I'm being honest. I mean, yeah, I do, I guess. But one of the cool things about sampling, say, like movies, TV shows, talking voice things, voice samples, people like reading things, is that I don't need to work in a specific BPM. I can kind of plug them in wherever I want, and then being kind of out of speed of the song helps it a lot. For example, I mean, I'm not going to play the Cyber song again because it's closed. I don't have it open, but Cyber's not exactly talking in BPM with the song all the time, and that kind of like works for this like really wonky liquid feel that I'm trying to go with for Plunderphonic. So yeah, I don't really have a preferred BPM. If you're talking, just talk. I mean, whatever your natural speed is, your comfort talking speed. Okay. I think that's all. I think that's all of the questions. If I somehow miss some, just ask me in the Discord or mention it in the Discord, and make sure to tag me, because sometimes I don't check my phone or get the notification to do so. Thank you guys so much. First of all, for being here for this stream. I do really appreciate it. Secondly, for being respectful to me. That's huge. It's been a rough week. And also for being polite to each other. That's also really big. I've seen a lot of like arguing and fighting, and I've just seen a lot of nastiness in the past like 2 weeks in text form, and it is nice to see some positivity and people being nice to each other. So thank you for that. Fourthly, thank you for having patience with me, because it was a 7-day break, and you know, who knew who was gonna stick around. So whoever did, thank you. Whoever didn't, totally get it. And I hope that you guys have a good. Oh, since it's my birthday, I'm gonna stream starting tonight at 8 p.m. Okay. Word up. I'm going to be out of the house. Because I have there's like this whole thing where I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to drop off. It's like voting stuff. I don't know, because I don't want to talk about it, but I am gonna be like running around, and it's all political stuff. So I think, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What is that for me? 5, 6? Say something in the Discord, and I'll try to pop in for sure. Cyber. Again, happy birthday. And with that, thank you all for being respectful of me and polite to each other. I hope you guys enjoy your weekends. I really do. And I will be back here on Monday for Morning Medley number 241. Abo, everybody.